The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching dolly fishing.
Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly vision headlights, king of beat. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light. Jumping up, Dolly vision streaming real. True crime scene blast to feel so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Chat's on fire, burning the world's fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly vision headlights, king of beat. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light.
Good morning, my beautiful turtles. Okay, today is day 4 of the Karen Reed murder retrial. She's charged with second-degree murder for allegedly backing over her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Okay, so I believe the people from ARCA are coming in today. I'm not 100% positive, but I think that is what's going down in court today. And also, I believe they're taking a trip by the Fairview home so the jury can get a look at where John O'Keefe was found. Now, I think this is a really good thing if they do go by the Fairview house, because when you go by the Fairview house, people say, well, he was in the yard. How come nobody seen him, right? Well, Fairview has a huge ass yard. It's a really big yard. And the house sits really far back from the street. You could easily, and John was at the far left of the house. The driveway is at the far right of the house. You could easily get in your car, back out, and drive right past them, him not notice them. Now listen, think about this. Can you tell me what's in your neighbor's front yard today? I know some of y'all probably got up, went to the store, went to work. How much do you pay attention to what's in the yard, right? Usually when you get in your car, you got your mind on whatever you're about to go do, and like you just drive by. Now, a prime example of this, my neighbor got shot, okay? Back in the day, I lived in the hood, and somebody shot my next door neighbor. He was laying in the bush shot. I get out my car, walk right past him, walked right up in my house, never noticed he was shot, okay? Till I hear the ambulances and the fire truck coming to get him, and then I walk outside and realize the neighbor's shot, okay? But I walked right past him, didn't even notice him, right? And you look at the Brian Kohlberger case. Brian Kohlberger walked right past Dylan after he just murdered her friends and didn't see her, allegedly. So there's a possibility that, you know, these people leaving the home on Fairview never seen John O'Keefe laying in the ground. I mean, how many people are looking for bodies laying on the ground? Now, I went to the store this morning and I didn't look at nothing in none of my neighbors' yards. I didn't look in my yard. I just walked out, got in the car and drove off. Okay. So I think when the jury gets a look at what Fairview actually looks like, they're going to understand how these people missed John O'Keefe. Like I said, I've been there. And like I said, it's pretty big. It's pretty sprawling. The house sits pretty far away. And you can have all this commotion going on outside and probably not even hear it in the house. That's how far the house sits off the street. Now, it's hard to tell that on camera because you're just getting, distance seems a little different when you see it on TV than when you're there in person. He was damn near a football field away from the front door. So it's easily understandable how these people missed him. And, the Karen Reed supporters are making a big deal about, well, they didn't see John O'Keefe because he wasn't out there. Well, they also didn't see him in the house. So if he wasn't out there and they didn't see him in the house, where was he? Did aliens get him? It's like these Karen Reed people use what they want for their advantage, but then they leave out the parts, well, they didn't see him in the front yard, and y'all believe that. But they also said they didn't see him in the house, but you don't believe that. Which one is it? It was dark. It was snowing. It was a blizzard. They didn't see John O'Keefe. He has broken taillight pieces in his clothing, okay? He's laying there with injuries consistent with being hit by a car. The wounds on his arm, according to the autopsy, are surface wounds, which are scratches. They're not punctures. When a dog bites you, it punctures your flesh, okay? John O'Keefe had no puncture wounds. He had scratches. And the coroner also said if you went to a hospital, none of them wounds would have required one stitch. So they were just scratches. Now, the picture is like dried blood, so it makes it look a little worse than it is. But these injuries are more consistent with the taillight that hit his arm than actually a dog bite. Now, of course, we know now that they've cloned, they did a clone of Chloe's teeth, and they're going to use that in this trial. Also, they're still pushing this Haas Long to die in the cold when Celebrate experts came out right in the motion hearings and said, hey, they made a mistake that this search was done at 6 a.m. But they're still running these same conspiracy narratives even at day 4, right? And Alan Jackson, is he questioning the witnesses or is he badgering the witnesses? Like, now he's giving some really good people a really hard time on the stand. Now that could work two ways. People could go, oh, Karen Reed must be innocent, or they can look at Alan Jackson like he's an asshole and he's being mean to these nice people like Karen Reed's mother, to the first responders, not Karen Reed, I mean John O'Keefe. Sorry, guys. It's early in the morning for Dolly. My brain is still waking up. But we're going to see, like I said, day 4. I'm glad you guys could be here with me this morning. I don't know if my notifications came on because I started the stream a little late because I woke up a little late. I slept in a little bit this morning, and I'm on this routine of getting up early, going to bed early. So that's why there hasn't been any late night streams on Dolly Vision, because I got a lot of stuff going on around the house. I'm working on my deck, my pool, things like that. I got a truckload of sand coming in. I got an 18-wheeler bringing in a pallet with my pool and all my stuff on it today. So I am going to be a little in and out of here with you guys, but I got my phone in my pocket, so it's always playing on my phone. So I'm listening to the court the whole time. I'm just not on camera with you guys the whole time because I'm outside meeting with contractors. And like I said, I got a truckload of sand coming in. I got my actual pool that's coming in today on an 18-wheeler. Good luck getting it down my dead-end street, but it's going to be tricky. They're going to have to actually park the truck down the street and bring it down with a like a forklift or something. Because I asked the freight, because it's coming in freight. It can't come UPS. It's too big. It's like, pretty big size pool. And so I said, do y'all have a forklift or something on that truck that y'all going to be able to drive it down the street on? Because you're not going to be able to, get this 18-wheeler in here and out. I mean, I could, because I am a CDL Class A driver. Like I told them on the phone, I said, well, I'm good enough to do it. But I don't know if your driver's good enough to do it. He's going to get out here and get stuck and can't get the damn truck out of here. So That's supposed to come today. My sand's supposed to come today. I got some people working on the yard coming today. I got to run by Home Depot and get the wood for the deck that's going to go up to the pool. So I got to do all that stuff today. I got a busy day, okay? And I'm multitasking with the Karen Reed stuff. So we just going to hit it and get it, right? Run and gun is what I like to call it. I'm glad they're showing clips of her. That way they can see she's two-faced. Yes, absolutely. Listen, she has these $1 million lawyers. You know what's crazy? If they want all this money and they're doing all these fundraisers, but she says she's not paying her lawyers, that they're doing it absolutely free, then why are you raising all this money? Right? I don't get that. If they're defending you all free, why do you need $2 million? This lady is a scam artist. She's like TikTok Tony. Okay. All right. There's our number one fan. Oh, I don't think Karen looks innocent. I think she looks smug and entitled. Yes, I've been saying it. Listen, I don't have a problem with people having money. I'm not a money hater, right? Like if you're rich, you're rich. You know, you probably earned it. You probably worked hard all your life. I just hate how she carries herself. Like she's going to walk up into court and wear a $3,000 outfit, but want your money. Okay. Want her supporters' money while she stays in a 5-star hotel. Why can't you stay in the Holiday Inn, bitch? Why can't you stay at Motel 6? You too good for Motel 6? It's that type of stuff. Hey, Huntress, good to see you. It's that type of stuff. And then want $2 million and say, well, my lawyers are representing me free. Now they want money to pay for ARCA because ARCA has to fly in. And they're in the pocket of Alan Jackson. So you can't believe nothing they say. It's hard to believe you can pay somebody to testify for you. Because, you know, if you pay them, their interest is going to be to the person who pays them, right? Listen, somebody comes up here and I'm paying them and you ask them their opinion about Dolly. They're going to say, Dolly's the greatest guy in the world. He's the nicest person we ever met. And I could be an asshole, but they're going to say that because I paid them. It's no different than ARCA. Alan Jackson deleted all his text messages with ARCA. I know, and he paid him. He said, a check just mysteriously came in for $20-some thousand, and he just paid it. Okay, he just paid it. He didn't know what it was for, but he just. Here we go.
Unmuted.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
Good morning. Good morning.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you. So good morning. I heard the council wanted to see me about something.
Yes, please.
All right. Why don't you come on over to sidebar?
I'm going to send him a bill and see if he'll just pay it. This is a bill from Dolly for $20,000. I bet you I don't get paid. He knew what he was paying. That man ain't stupid. He went to law school, good college, but he just paying shit he don't know what it is. Come on now. Now, they ain't got nobody in the court today. Man, maybe I could have got in today. Because I believe the jury's going to be going by Fairview. And this is just to see if they're going to be able to use the ARCA stuff. The judge needs a new hairdo. Maybe, possibly. Turtle Boy's probably planting evidence on Fairview. You know how he is. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing this morning. Something shitty because he's a grimy ass dude. Now, the GoFundMe should have been for John's brother because he misses work every day to be there for court. You know, it should have been for John's family so they could afford this tragedy. But yet people are raising money for Karen Reed. Karen's daddy will be there soon. I'm sure he's been running his mouth lately. Yeah, talking about come at me. Dude, you old ass man. Somebody came at you, you would have a stroke. You Mr. Burns looking ass. There are more defense lawyers than family members in the courtroom. That is right. That is absolutely right. Karen will have to pay his family when they win the civil suit. Yes, that's coming too, right? That's probably why she's raising all this money. It ain't so much for her defense because they got her house and everything else and her daddy's money. That $2 million is going to go to when they sue her ass, she can pay it. Yeah, Paul been there every day, right? Poor guy. I'm waiting, you know, for him to get some justice. I'll be more happy for him and the mom than anything.
All rise.
Hey, babe, I was wondering what happened to the jury lawyer. She was never there day one. All right, there's the fan. She had empty seats yesterday. What's up, Matt? Well, look, there's 300 of you here this morning, which, you know, like I said, we don't have a lot of interest in the Karen Reed case here on my channel, but I'm still covering it. So either way, you guys do me a favor, since there's only 300 of you, hit the like button real quick for me. It may help us a little tiny drop in the algorithm or something, you know, so definitely hit the like button for me. But somebody got to be out here streaming, standing up against the cult, because everybody else that are streaming it are free Karen Reed people. You know, they're all like, oh, this is the thing to do. Let's fight for a possible cop killer. They don't even know if she's innocent or not, but they're out here defending a cop killer. I've never seen soccer moms in my life do that. You know, left the bingo hall just to go support Karen Reed and giving up all their money. You know, when she has more money than the people that are giving her money, that don't make good sense to me. When these rich people are out here bumming money, I can understand you broke and need a few bucks, right? I can understand you dolly. You know what I'm saying? Ain't got shit, right? But when you got all this stuff and you come from a rich family and you rich, but you want a donation, like what the hell? I only give money to broke people. I don't give money to people. That's like somebody having $500 in their wallet and you having 100, and they go, hey, can I borrow $20? Hey, let me get 20. Not even borrow it. Let me get 20. When they got more money than you, right? That shit's insane to me. And people are just happily giving up their money to this rich ass woman. It makes no sense to me. I mean, I believe in police corruption too. Don't get me wrong. I believe there's some bad cops out there, but I don't believe that every cop is bad and the whole city of Dedham is a piece of shit, and the only person that's honest there is Karen Reed. Someone didn't hit the like button. Hey, Wanda. That's one thing I don't understand, that all of these YouTuber attorneys are on the alleged cop killer. Yeah, I know these YouTube attorneys. What about the one attorney? Okay, I can't tell for talking shit about this lady, but the what's her name? The little lady. What's her first name? Melanie Little, right? She's like 80 years old and she uses Snapchat filters and she looks like she's 35 on her stream. Okay. Shit, it's crazy. I didn't even know you could do that, right? You can look like a damn full-blown gremlin, and with a couple filters, you can look like you're 35 without a wrinkle on your face. Good Lord. Look, I asked all you guys, don't sub her up, but go look at her and tell me that lady don't look like she's 35 years old. Okay. Blemish free. But here's the ticket. The filter don't work on her neck. Okay. So her neck is like a, you know, a good old turkey neck, right? It looks like some giblets, but her face is as perfectly smooth as a fucking baby's ass, right? It trips me out. Now listen, if you're a gremlin like Dolly, just own it, right? Just own it. I don't even wipe the slobber off my face before I come live, okay? I leave the morning drool up there, everything. I don't even wash that shit. I wake up like this. And let's go, okay? Let's go. Turn the camera on. I'm ready, right? Like, that shit is insane to me. It is insane to me. I mean, she could be a sweet woman. I don't know her personality. I'm just saying that I thought that's what she looked like. Like, I thought she was like a 35-year-old lawyer. I didn't know she was like a 70-year-old woman, right? I'm a total gremlin. I'm a gremlin too. Wouldn't you like to be a gremlin? It ain't nothing wrong with being a gremlin. Own it. Look, when you get to our age, like I'm 50 fucking years old, I'm not supposed to be perfect. Okay. I got battle scars. Look, every scar, every wrinkle on my face, I earned that. All right. With a lot of hard work and stress and high blood pressure. You got to own that shit, right? You can't come up here. Listen, why am I going to believe what you think about a court case when I can't even believe what you look like? You know what I'm saying? And she got thousands of people watching her cover Karen Reed. And y'all don't even know what this woman looks like. Okay. Her whole face is fake. Damn. It's crazy to me. It is absolutely crazy. I'm going to come up here like Tom Cruise next. You watch. I'm going to lose 30 years of age. Y'all going to be like, damn, Dolly got the Benjamin Button disease. He done went back in time. He looks 20. Miss Melly Little can only cover up so much for so long, but eventually it all comes down. Maybe she can borrow some money from Karen Reed and get some Botox treatments. She don't need Botox. She got Snapchat. And since she goes out in public, right, and she can't use those filters. Dolly, we need the judge outfit again. I got the judge outfit right here beside me. Look. It's right here. I got the gavel. I just don't know where the wig is. Maybe I'll bring it back next week for Monday. I'll come in with the wig and shit on. Makes my head itch. So I had someone tell me yesterday that it was proven that tail light was broken by a police baton. Really? That they must be grabbing up shards of it and embedded into his clothing. Seriously? Listen, these people really believe this stuff, guys, and I don't think they're bad people. I think they're more of the people that are in the conspiracy anyway. Like a lot of these old women would have been part of QAnon, and things like that. Some people really believe this conspiracy stuff. Now, PJ, she's a little more conspiracy believer than me, right? Chemtrails and the government's out to get you, that type of stuff. Me, I don't believe none of that shit. I'll watch it for entertainment, but I don't really 100% buy into it. These people, seem like good people. They just seem like they've been, when people spread misinformation and you got a whole group of people doing it because they're in a little clique, like a little club, the Free Karen Reed Club, then it's easily to manipulate and make people believe what you're saying. But what I would tell you, if we was sitting at church and Jim Jones was the pastor, I would say, look, don't go up there and drink that Kool-Aid, right? Because the next thing you know, you're going to be dead. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. We all know better than that. We should have all learned from Jim Jones. You never sip on the Kool-Aid. But this is exactly how cults are formed, right? When people will stop using critical thinking skills and just believe anything they hear. And this is how they get people. They say, this is factually true. Factually. Well, listen, if it was true, you wouldn't have to tell me it's factually true. Okay? You wouldn't have to do all that, right? That's how they say this is factually true. It's factually been scientifically proven. No, it hasn't, right? So that they say all these things, but really there's no truth to none of it. So, and then how they attack all the witnesses and badger all the witnesses in all these Facebook groups. It ain't even about their personalities. It's about how they look, their teeth, and then trying to destroy these people and their businesses and, just weirdo stuff. It's like, listen, y'all are defending a cop killer, all right? Or alleged cop killer. Free Karen Reed, but for real, Dolly, murder, no manslaughter, probably. Well, there's no such thing as manslaughter. Hold on, I'll bring it back up when court's back. There's no such thing as manslaughter when you're under the influence. Manslaughter is an accident, okay? Like say I got in the car today and I drove to the store and I hit a small child on the way. that was playing on their bike and I didn't see him or something. That would be manslaughter because it was an accident. I didn't mean to do it, right? I was sober. I wasn't breaking any laws in the commission of a crime, because you got to remember, his death was during the commission of a crime. She was drinking and driving, right? So if I get drunk right now and then go hit a kid, that's murder. That ain't manslaughter, because I committed a crime in the commission of a crime. Drinking and driving is a crime. There's no such thing as an accident when you're drunk. You should have known better than to get behind the wheel of a car. That's why she's charged with second-degree murder and not manslaughter. Now, if she was sober and she was dropping them off and then backed into them, yeah, I would say manslaughter. And here's the thing. It's hard to prove intent in this case for the Karen Reed people, because we don't know if she purposed.
You are unmuted.
All right, here we go.
All right, why don't Counsel calm down?
I told PJ last night, I think she might get off, because when you got that much money, money talks and bullshit walks, and people can buy their freedom. We've seen OJ do it. We may end up seeing Karen Reed do it. I mean, you can buy a pardon for $3 million. She's trying to raise $2 million. Trump pardoned Kodak Black out of prison for $3 million. Let him right out. He's out right now. And he openly says he paid $3 million. So we live in a world where our justice system's a little broke. Look at that sad ass family and tell me the justice system ain't broke. So much as I think she's guilty of the crime, will she go to prison for it? I'm starting to think she won't. But, you know, what do I know? I'm just Dolly. I'm only right 99.9% of the time. You think so too? See? She had a lot of money, and then people have been giving her a lot of money. So either way, she has more money than we do. She stays in a 5-star hotel, eats at 5-star restaurants, you know, has right there $1 million, $2 million worth of lawyers. If this was any of us, we would already be in prison underneath the jail, right? You'd be in a cell right now with a girl cornrow in your hair. It's because she's rich. So it's unfair. We know the court systems are unfair in this country. Rich people walk, poor people rot in prison. Huntress says facts. What would you look like with some cornrows, Huntress? So no one in her family wants her. No, she wants to stay in a 5-star hotel because it's closer to the court. Right? It's closer. She is living it up. And I mean, if you had people giving you millions of dollars, wouldn't you be in a 5? Give me $1 million. I guarantee you right now, I'll be staying at the Hilton. I'll be in the jacuzzi. I swear, you don't get it. Stop saying things out loud. I'm not trying to speak it into existence. I'm just being honest with like what reality is. Didn't her parents mortgage her their home for the first court case? No, that was her. The lawyers put liens on her house for $500,000 a piece. Rita says, I think she will not serve time. I think she is guilty though. See, I mean, people look at it like, you know, you can buy your freedom in this country, and it sucks. It ain't fair to poor people like me. I know she won't get off of this, period, and your negative out loud things won't make things change. I hope so, PJ. I pray to God you're right. I'd like to see her get cuffed up, stuffed up, and be able to laugh at all these losers out here just making money off a cop killer's back. But we'll see. We'll see. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. Not only that, some places it's like you're guilty until proven innocent. You're right more than I am. I don't know. I don't know. That's debatable. What is the holdup? Good Lord. They taking forever, ain't they? Oh, let's get this party started. Well, Diddy has money and he's in jail. I hope she sits for a long time. Yeah, but P. Diddy was touching little boys' butts. That's a little bit different. Okay. He was baby oiling people up and drugging them and all kind of beating women in the hallways of hotels. He was killing people. P. Diddy got more
I'm afraid
bodies.
she will get off too, but don't speak it into existence. Shushing face emoji. Love what you and PJ do.
Thank you, TJK. TGK. I said J. Sorry.
This should be 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
Dolly gotta eat. Thank you for getting on the Dolly train this morning. One lonely passenger on the Dolly train. But buckle up. You never know. Could get bumpy. Yeah, P. Diddy killed all kind of people. He just never got convicted. Remember he shot that lady in the face in the nightclub?
All right, viewers, take your seats.
All rise. The fan's still hanging. Come on, let's do it. Let's get this party started. I'm ready to go. I got shit to do today. Hey, Jess. Good to see you this morning. Hope you're having a great one.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
I live in the
court is
community
Cumwell
of
versus
Norfolk.
Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. When we leave you out there, we're very much aware that we're leaving you in another room waiting, but we were working this morning to help streamline things and we were successful. So we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone nodded affirmatively or said yes. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did any of you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you. Everyone said no.
Judge
All right,
Bev looks happy
folks,
today.
as you know, this morning we are going on a view. And a view is simply, we're going to a place that you've heard about. and that you will continue to hear about during the course of the trial. The purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the course of the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. So the view that we're going on is part of the case, and it means that the observations that you make there can be used and considered by you in your deliberations on this case in reaching a verdict. So we're going to, you've heard 34 Fairview Road in Canton. The lawyers and I will accompany you. For the Commonwealth, we'll be accompanied by Attorney Brennan, and ADA Lally, ADA Schillinger, and for the defense, Attorney Yannetti and Attorney Little. The lawyers will have the opportunity, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Brennan, have the opportunity to point out various things that they may want you to direct your attention to. Otherwise, there's no conversation between the lawyers and the jurors. So it's simply in a few minutes, you'll hear a little bit from each Mr. Brennan and Mr. Yannetti about what they want you to look at. And then when we get there, they'll direct you, look in this direction. They won't be able
Judge
to
Beverly Canoni.
testify to you, but they'll direct you on what they want you to look at. While you're in the view, you're not to take any notes. You're not to take any pictures. You're not to conduct any independent investigation at all during the view or any time during the trial. You're not to return to this scene or ask anybody to go back there for you. Today's your chance. You'll see photographs during the course of the trial, I bet, but today's your chance to really look at everything. So the best way to summarize a view is that your job is to simply stop and look. It's really no more complicated than that. So your responsibility is to see the place, observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. Now, during the trip to and from the view, and while at the view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it with other jurors. We'll be accompanied by court officers who will direct you, and the court officers are there for all of us. So you'll be under their supervision until you're returned back here. So that's basically it. We'll be leaving in a few minutes, but first, before Madam Clerk swears the court officers in, Mr. Brennan, do you want to make a view opening?
May I?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies.
Hank, the tank.
As Her Honor explained to you, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. We have some exhibits that are already in evidence. You haven't had a long time to look at them, study them. But essentially, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. I ask you to pay attention to the street, the front yard of the home. And you'll see to the left side of the front yard in the corner, there'll be a car. It's the Lexus that we've spoken about, the defendant's Lexus. And you'll also see a flagpole and a fire hydrant. And so I'd ask you to take a look from different vantage points. Take a look from that area where the flagpole is, from where the fire hydrant is. And you'll see on the street before the grass is a little berm, concrete that comes up a little bit. I'd ask you just to note that when you go there. One thing I'd suggest is April 25th, 2025, not January 22nd, 2022. So the weather will be very different. The temperature will be different. The conditions will be different. We're going to go there probably at 10 o'clock. It won't be the same visibility. It won't be the same elements and the same weather. So keep that in mind.
Yes, we are.
When you look at the Lexus, a couple things I'd ask you to look at. There is some evidence already in of photographs of the right rear tail light. But when you look at that tail light, it will be different than the photograph that is in evidence. It has been removed, so it will appear differently, and you'll later get testimony explaining that process. Also, I'd ask you to make a note on the Lexus about the height of the bumper. I'd ask you to make note of the height of the right rear tail light. And I'd also ask you to take note of, on the top of the hatchback, there is a part that protrudes. I'd ask you to look at that.
That's what hit him in the head, the top of the hatch.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. As I told you at the start of the trial, my name is David Yannetti. I have an office in Boston and in Dedham. And on behalf of my co-counsel, we will be accompanying you on the view that you will take today. Although the view is is not evidence. I suggest to you that you will find it to be helpful, important, even necessary as you later do your investigation of this case within the four walls of this courtroom. You've already received into evidence, some photos and videos, but there is no substitute for your own two eyes. As we all know, photos and videos sometimes can be misleading in terms of relative distances, depending on
That's what I said.
the perspective from which the photo is taken. But your eyes are the best computer that you could bring to the view. When we get to 34 Fairview, we will be pointing out certain things that we'd like you to observe. The house, the second floor window to that house, the 3 front doors in the front of the house, the driveway, the street, the front lawn, and the flagpole. And we'll be asking you specifically to consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn. The distance between the front doors to the house and that front lawn.
I ain't looked out my window today at all.
To the front lawn. And we'll be asking you to take a good look at that Lexus. Just stand next to it. Just size it up. To take it in. You were all
That's a mistake.
as jurors because the parties entrusted that you would do a proper investigation of this case within this courtroom. On behalf of Ms. Reed, we have every confidence that you will do a proper investigation. Thank you.
All right, jurors, I have to make something very clear. So the purpose of this view is to help you better to understand the evidence that you'll hear during the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view you'll take is part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So at the end of the trial, when I explain to you what is evidence and what is not, I'll remind you that your observations on this view can be used by you in your deliberations. Also, while you're in the view, the same way you're not to take any notes or photographs, you're not to conduct any investigation on this case. You really are simply to stop and look, okay? Those are the instructions. We will see you in a few minutes.
Okay, are they going to come back after
Oh, sorry,
the view?
Madam Clerk has to swear in the court officers.
You could all raise your right hand, please. Do each of you solemnly swear that you will take the jury upon the premises in question and there suffer them to view the same or any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issue in the trial as the parties may think necessary? That you will not permit the parties to enter into a debate in the hearing of the jury, nor any person to speak to them unless it be the attorneys of record, then only to point out such places or things as they may deem expedient for the determination of the issues. That you'll keep the jury together until they shall return to court, unless the court shall otherwise order, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, thank
All
you.
right, please. Jurors, follow me.
Okay.
Goodbye.
All right. Well, I mean, I have a video of me at Fairview. When I went by there walking past the house, I would have to find it. If PJ, if you want to go through my videos and find where it was at, I know it was during the Harmony Montgomery trial back then. I went by Fairview. I went by the watering hole. I went everywhere that she allegedly went that night. Okay. And I did it in a video, but I don't know where that video is at. I got so many damn videos. I make a video every day. So they're on break. Just came in. Yes, they're going to do a view of 34 Fairview today. And I believe after that view, they're going to continue court. I'm not positive if they're going to do the view and then come back and wrap it up. I'm not quite sure. I just know right now they're going on a field trip and we can't go because you didn't sign my permission slip. Okay. we didn't turn our permission slips in time to go on the field trip. So we don't get to go. All right, hold on. Okay, that was my producer, and she said I never posted the videos. I thought I did it live, but I didn't. I shot it on my body camera, and I don't know exactly where my body camera is right this second. So we're gonna pull up probably just a different video of Fairview so you guys can get a look at it. So PJ's trying to find me a really good video right now to show you guys, and then I'm gonna have to track down my body cam footage on my body camera that I wear, and PJ says I never posted it, but I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. Okay. My memory ain't what it used to be. I don't know why I wouldn't have posted it, but I was at that time that I went there, I was covering the Adam Montgomery trial. So I was probably working on things for the Adam Montgomery trial, maybe just never got it out. Because there's a lot of things, believe it or not, and searches and things that I do that I record and I never even post the videos. I shoot so many videos when I'm out that I still got videos from where we went on that road trip across the country. I never posted any of those, like Niagara Falls and all the places that we went, Hershey Park. So I probably just was busy editing other things and I didn't get that video of Fairview out, but I do have a video where I'm walking the street of Fairview and showing the house and distances and the fire hydrant and the flagpole. I remember the outdoor videos from the Harmony Montgomery trial you did. Yeah. So I did it when I was there that time. I went up there for Adam Montgomery. Then I drove into Boston and then went to Dedham. And then I went to the bar. And then I went to both bars. And then I went to 34 Fairview. So I had all of it on video, but I don't know exactly where that's at right this second. But if not, I'll try to find it for you guys. But Monday, I'm sure I still have it on video. I don't never delete over stuff usually. So it's probably still right there on my body cam. We had a crime spree, cops depending on ring cams. There were none. Then tried talking us all into getting them. Yeah, nope, not doing their job for them. Well, I think having cameras is a good thing. I have cameras on my house. My neighbor, he has cameras on his house, and it kind of covers our whole area. So, which is good because, you know, something happens, we got your ass on camera. And my cameras are hooked to my phone. So, like, say if you cross my camera, it sends me a notification. And then it takes 3 pictures of you. And, like, I can start recording from my phone. I can talk to you. So, you know, I think these cameras are good technology as long as your Wi-Fi don't go down. You know what I'm saying? As long as your Wi-Fi works, you good to go. I cheered up when you went by the dumpster in Snowbank. Oh yeah, at Tone Capone's house. Yeah, I went everywhere that Harmony Montgomery went that day, the path where the red light that she was allegedly beat to death at, the Mickey D's, we went there because that's where they stopped. Helena, thank you so much for gifting them memberships. We got a couple people on the Dolly train this morning. Okay, PJ sending me a video, so let's see if this is it. Okay, turn sound off. All right, here's a video. Oh, wait. I don't think that's right. Here's the house. There's the fire hydrant. Right? There's the flagpole. Now look how big that yard is. And see how far the driveway is away? It's kind of hard to see it because it's such a small video. So you don't get a real good concept of with that video, but let me blow it up full screen. And you can see how far the fire hydrant and stuff is from. That's the neighbor's house right there. Okay. But as you go down, you'll see there's he was right near this flagpole in this fire hydrant. So see, he was at the corner. This is where their yard starts. So he was right in here. I don't know if y'all can see my mouse. He was right over there. So you can see how far the driveway is from that way over there. So they came out that door, got in their car and left and didn't see him. Okay, hold on. I'm getting sent other stuff now. All right, hold on. Let me close this. Some Cloud. Damn! Some Cloud just bought breakfast this morning. Thank you, Some Cloud. Awesome. What? Open the gates to the Blessed Express. All right. Come on aboard. You get VIP. You probably get a whole cart to yourself. There ain't very many people on it today. Okay. So you sit in VIP at the bar. You good to go. Kick your feet up. All right. You don't even got to wear a seatbelt. Good to go. Thank you, but thank you so much for supporting the channel. And all you guys, if you can't donate, ain't a big deal. Just like the video for me. That's all I ever ask. But thank you everybody for your support, for being here, looking at my face, for you guys that donate, big virtual hugs to you. But just definitely hit the like on the video. Hey, we don't have a whole lot of interest for the Karen Read trial here, but this trial has to be covered, right? Because we want justice for John's family. And there's a lot of people pushing the same narrative out here that Karen Read is innocent, and we're not one of those channels. And there's not many channels out here like us covering it, because if you're not pro Karen Read, a lot of people don't watch it. So, but there has to be somebody that stands against the cult, and that is Dolly. Okay, we ain't gonna let this one side be pushed and not stand up for the O'Keefe family. Somebody has to stand up for the O'Keefe family, even if there's only 400 people, 415 people in the room. We're here for John O'Keefe. Okay, that's what's so important about this case, and that's why I am covering this case. It ain't for the views, because I know a lot of people think Karen Read is innocent and they all want to be part of the cool kid club. But I don't want to be a part of the cool kid club. I want to be a part of We're Right club, right? I want to be a part of the Justice Club. and our streams are justice with John O'Keefe. It ain't no free Karen Reed shit here. Okay. It's all justice for the O'Keefe family. And that's the most important thing to me. And that's why I'm up in the morning to make sure these people get some justice. And when they turn on the internet, it ain't everybody talking bad about their family. Okay. What is this? All right. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Producer's calling. Okay, PJ thinks she found a video of me at 34 Fairview. Let me see if this is it. All right. Yeah, this is it. This is me at the Fairview house. Awesome. Okay, so we're going on a field trip today. We're going to Fairview with Dolly. Okay. Fairview with Dolly. It's to jump into the chat of where John O'Keefe tragically lost his life. Okay. Now, I'm going to pull y'all up. I did do a little walk around of the property, just up and down the path and things of that. Got a little bit of good footage for you guys of the house and what angles you could see from the side door, all those things. But we are right here, right now in front of, let me see if I can switch my camera up for you guys. And I'm going to show you where John O'Keefe lost his life. Hold on. All right, let's see. This is when I first had heard about this case. Hold on, give me 1 second. PJ was really into it. I first I didn't pay it much mind, the Karen Reed case, but PJ was really into it. So I think at this point, PJ was like, you need to check out this location. This is where Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe. Now y'all can see. Because in the very beginning, I don't think I knew. Right there that you see in front of me, that is where John O'Keefe lost his life. Okay. Hold on. Let me pull up a second. What kind of car was I in? All right. This right here. There's the driveway they found him in. They didn't find him in the driveway. They found him by the fire extinguisher. So don't listen to that. That's where they found him. So this is where she would have went. Like if she would have went this way through the neighborhood, that's a dead end. I just wanted to show you guys the area a little bit. It's actually a really nice neighborhood. When we go back, we'll get a better little look at it. I'll go up here and turn around. But we're going to hit the little restaurants that they hit everywhere that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed went. And I got y'all some really good footage. I'm going to go back by. I'm going to do one more pass by to show y'all live. And then I'm going to have to end the stream because I want to get some drone footage. Okay. So I'm going to send the drone up in the air in a minute. That way we can get a better footage of the whole house. There's a train. There's like some train tracks that run behind it. But we got to find a spot to turn around. The car got buttons. It's weird. You got to hit a damn button to back up. I ain't quite used to that. I don't know what type of car I was driving. Yeah, this is on Fairview. No, I'm in like some little I don't know what this. It's a Hyundai. I'm in a Hyundai, but it's like a brand new one. It's actually pretty nice. I actually like it. It has sensors on everything, like side mirror sensors. All right, this is the road. This is the Fairville. This is the road she would have had to, Karen Reed would have had to travel that night. Okay. She would have had to travel this road. And a lot of these roads around here, you know, considering how much she drank, like, look, like down there, you can see the tracks. See how the tracks lead through the back of the house? Yeah, you can see the train tracks behind the house. I ain't heard no conspiracies on that one yet. They beat him up on the tracks. You know how they come up with something that the cops killed this man. But we'll get one more pass by. I don't want to seem too creepy. But I walked the street too. I've already walked it one time. I got a good video for you guys. That must be on my body camera. All right, we got people outside the house now. I don't want to film the people while they're outside the house. That's the house. It looked like an Asian family that is there now, but you never know who it is. So we're going to go this way. Yeah, we don't want to spy on the people. I just wanted to get y'all some footage of the layout. So once they're gone, they look like they were leaving. I'll go back and do a little drone footage. But that is definitely not the same people living there anymore. That's for sure. Yeah, so this was right after they moved out. And, you know, they went out to that restaurant. So I may go there, grab us something to eat. You can see the tracks back there. See them? They didn't have good reception there. But this is the area she drove that night. You know, it was during the blizzard. And like I said, like, we're driving now. Are we looking in the yards? You know what I'm saying? Like, there could be a body laying in the yard. We wouldn't even notice it. And we got the camera on. It is a nice area, you know, that they lived in. It was a really nice area. Quiet. So this is the area the jury's going to see today, basically. Well, blizzard, I would think, you know, Kerry Roberts said that he was completely covered. Okay, they were still leaving. That's why I didn't go that way. Yeah, when I was out there, the family was outside. Harass the people that are there now. You know what I'm saying? Because they ain't got nothing to do with it. So I'm just trying to wait for them to leave, and I find a place that I can park and I can fly my drone. Because we do got to get some aerial. We got to have some good aerial footage. So, but I'm just driving around the Fairview neighborhood now. But now y'all get a good look at the neighborhood that this transpired in. Okay. All right, guys, look. I'm going to stop right here. I'm going to end this stream. That way I can hook my drone up. All right. Thank you, SunCloud. You didn't have to do that. I think the big donation was awesome, but thank you. So let's back it up over here. I want to be able to show the house. I showed it right in the very beginning. Let me get to it. That is where John O'Keefe lost his life. Okay. Hold on. Let me pull up a second. All right. This right here. There's the driveway they found him in. They didn't find him in the driveway. They found him on the other side. But this is the home. But they didn't find him in the driveway. Okay. And like I said, when I went there, this was during the Adam Montgomery trial, and the people had already moved out the house and sold it. And there's an Asian family that was living there when I drove by it, or where it appeared to be. It could have been a guest. I don't know, but it was some Asian people outside of the home. But that gives you a good view of the house right there. Okay, so you see the front yard's pretty big. There's a front door right there. There's a front door right there. And John O'Keefe was found where the flagpole was. When I was first here, I said he was found in the driveway. That shows how long ago it was. I wasn't super familiar with it, but he was actually found over here. So take out what I said, and he was found over here. That's where they found him. So this is right over here. I'm about right where they found him at now. Okay. The flagpole is right here to where above my head is on the screen. Look, right up here. He was found right about where I'm at on the screen. That's where his body was laying. Where this thumbnail is, or where you see me waving, this is where he was laying at in the yard. Right? If you was to put a body in the yard, it'd be right here where my square is at. Is the jury going there today? Yes. They are going to this home today to look. And then, of course, the cellar goes down. Can y'all see my mouse? Okay, right now y'all can. There's a little doorway that goes down into the house right here behind this fence. And they're saying that they carried John out the basement through here and laid him right here where my picture is in the yard. But there was no footprints in the snow. You know what I'm saying? Unless it snowed so much that it covered the footprints. But then they tried to say there wasn't very much snow. Okay, but then yet there was a snow plow. If there wasn't much snow, why would there be a snow plow snowing the ground, right? That didn't make any sense. So these free Karen Reed people, they say what they want to say that, helps their case, but then they throw out anything that would be damaging to it, right? Like, where's the footprints? Where's the blood trail? If he was bleeding from the back of the head, wouldn't he have bled all the way across the yard? Oh, they could have wrapped him in plastic. Well, where's the plastic? This stuff like that is like crazy to me, but that's basically the house. So they're talking about this upstairs window, right? How did they not see John from that window right here? Well, right here. You see the windows, guys, where my mouse is? But like I said, I've been sitting in my house. I've been up since 8 o'clock this morning. For the last 2 hours, I have not looked out one window of my house. I have curtains on my windows. Okay? Blinds. I haven't looked out. There's no need for me to look out. If I wanted to look out, I'd turn on my camera and look out my camera right now, right? But I haven't even looked outside. I walked outside earlier today, but I haven't looked out my window. Has anybody looked out their window yet this morning? So, I mean, somebody could be dead in your yard right now. If somebody was dead in my front yard, let's say they died an hour ago in my front yard, I wouldn't know they were there. Okay? And I have a really big backyard, just as big as this yard you see at this house. My yard is just as big. And you could go in my backyard and die. And I wouldn't know until I went out there, right? I got woods around my house. You could be dead in the woods. I wouldn't know. You could be in the woods right now. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't hear you, right? So to think, whatever, Alan Jackson and them are going to try to say, like, well, why didn't they hear it? Well, it's a pretty good, even this video don't show you the distance, right? Because it's on video. It looks pretty close, but really it's not. If you had to walk that, that's a pretty good size yard. So truck there was a lot of snow on top of him. Yeah, he was completely covered in snow. They had to unbury his face. Snow muffles sound. I mean, I don't know. I just know it was snowing pretty hard. We could see that in the video when the police showed up. There was a lot of snow on the ground. They had to basically unbury him. She dropped him off at the driveway. That's what she says. I mean, I don't know. They weren't near the driveway. They were over here. But if you was to walk up through here, you probably wouldn't want to walk through their yard. Most people don't walk through your yard. They usually walk down the street, go up your driveway, come up your sidewalk into your door. Some people don't even like you walking in their yard. I mean, you got a nice yard. A lot of people don't like you walking through their grass because it messes up their grass. So I know many of people that be like, don't walk through my yard, or they'll have it stringed off so you can't walk through it. Karen's car was, she actually, hold on, let me show you where she would have went. Like if she would have been right about here when she backed up. Okay. And then she hit him when he would have been right here. She hit him right here. But that house you see next was the house next to it, you know? So I could go, let me try this. Let me pull this up. Oh, they blurred the house. That is crazy. Okay, but this still shows you. This is where she would have went. Like if she would have. All right, hold on, guys. I'm going to pull up a street view. Damn it. Why does it keep doing that? This is the street view of the house. There's the flag. He was laid right here in the yard. What did I just do? All right, there we go. He was laid right there by the flagpole. There's the neighbor's house. That is some cloud. Good Lord. Thank you so much. You done donated $120 to the show today. That is super awesome of you. Dolly eating good this morning. I'm going to eat some damn steak. Okay. We going full steak today. We ain't even playing. We getting down. We getting steak and eggs. Living large. Okay. Thanks to some cloud and all you guys. But thank you for everybody that's here. I love all of you just the same. Okay. Some clouds just VIP today. All right. You VIP. But they blurred the house so you couldn't see the house. And you got to remember, if you lived here, say you're the new owners, you have nothing to do with what happened. Okay. We know what the house looks like. I just showed it to you. But this is the street view of the house. Okay. And we can back it up a little. Let's go back. All right. That's the other neighbor's house. They don't want you to show this house. Dolly, Karen Reed is guilty. Yeah, they blurred it. They blurred it all out so you can't see it. But you see the yard, you see the flagpole. Right? Let's go this way a little bit. Here we go. John O'Keefe was laid right here on the ground. He was in between the neighbor's house and their house, and he was right in here where you see this thing moving at. So this is where he was laid on the ground. You see him in the video, they pull up, they get out, they're right here. They're at the corner, like caddy corner to the house. See the little pallet on the ground right there? So he was laid right here. Maybe back a little bit, about right here. Remember they picked him up and they put him on that gurney? He was right in here somewhere. But still on 34 Fairview's property, but right at the line. There's a metal box that sticks up out the ground, and then there's the flagpole. So, Dolly, she said she saw him at the door. What was he doing at that spot he was laying? Did she lie? Well, they're saying they carried him out the basement and laid him there in the yard. Right? But that's totally ridiculous to me. If they did that, there would have been a blood trail because he was bleeding from the head. There'd have been footprints all the way across the yard. And you don't see that, right? You just didn't see that in the video with the police. And what reason would they have had to kill John O'Keefe? They didn't have a reason. Right there's the fire hydrant. So he was laid right in this area right here. R.I.P. John O'Keefe, but this is the location. This is 32 Fairview, which is next door. Okay. He was found on the property of 34 Fairview, but this fire hydrant kind of breaks the property line. This little patch of dead ass shit right here. There's the pallet. You can see it right there on the ground. The flagpole is right there. You can see the top of the flag. He was found right there on the ground. Right here. This is the location where John O'Keefe lost his life. This is where she left him to die in the cold. And we ain't even got to search that, right? I'm going to search why'd she leave him to die in the cold is what I'm going to search. So 3-4 hours of snow after he was put there could have covered blood and footprints. Yeah, but that blood wouldn't have went away, you know? That blood would have still been there. Blood is usually warm, and there was blood where he was laying, okay? And there wasn't no snow over him, under him, right? So he laid there right when he got there when it first started snowing, and then it snowed on top of him. So, I mean, the evidence points that he died outside that home. But did he die by Karen Reed? Now that's a better question. And I believe she did hit him. Now, I don't know if she purposely hit him or she accidentally hit him, but she definitely hit him. Man, that was a hard death. Yeah, and you know, in the wintertime, the ground is like hard as a rock, okay, because the ground is froze. How did he end up away from the driveway? She never stopped at the driveway. Remember, they didn't say they seen her in the driveway. They said that she was in front of the house, right? So she was out here somewhere in the street. And then she drove forward. Here's the best way to look at it. Here we go. That's a way better view. Okay. She was up here by the fire hydrant. She threw it in reverse and hit it. He was standing out here on the road and clipped him, and he flew back over here and landed on the ground over here. And then when we see that cop come down, he comes down this road right here, right by my picture, and he stops right here somewhere. And then they get out, and you see the cars parked right here. Who was it? Jen McCabe's car. And then his body's laid right here in the grass where you see my arrow. See it moving? He's laid right there in this grassy part. And then the police pick him up and put him on a gurney right here on the street. All right. I wish I had that video. I'd go back and show that video, but this is the location of where his body was. Sage pressing the gas pedal at 75% in reverse. That's a heavy foot. She hit him, and I think he was standing off to the side right here. And when he was looking this way, like he was looking towards the house, and the tail light hit him in the elbow, and the back top of the trunk of the SUV hit him in the back of the head. That's why he was bleeding from the back of the head. And when it hit him, he spun and he fell into the yard. She didn't like run him over. She clipped him. So she barely hit him and it spun him. And he landed right there in the yard. No one would have seen him unless they were looking for him. But he never went in the house so they don't know he was out there. Nobody did. I agree with that. Like, you not paying attention. Like I said, I went outside earlier and walked to the mailbox. I didn't look all around my yard. There could be a body laying in it right now, and I wouldn't have seen it. And far as looking out the windows, I've been here all day. I ain't looked out the window once. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what's going on outside. He's a 6-foot guy. He could, how could you not see him? Easy. He's laying on the ground. You're not looking on the ground. All right. I just explained that. My neighbor got shot, was laying on the ground right beside my house. I walked right in the house and didn't see him. And he was shot. So it happens. If you're not looking, you don't see shit. Do I butt dial? I call people all the time, right? I even, like, I have a phone line up here that I take calls on, and I accidentally call people all the time. So yeah, I do be butt dial every now and then. It happens. You ain't never accidentally called somebody on your cell phone? Matter of fact, I did it the day before yesterday. I called my buddy Bubba. He sent me a text message, and I didn't reply back to it, but you know how you touch your phone? I guess when I touched the phone, it pulled his message up and called him. And I could hear him talking, and I was like, oh man, I didn't mean to call you. I was trying to look at your text message. So I accidentally called him. But as far as butt dialing, it depends. My phone usually ain't in my back pocket. Like, usually when I'm sitting here, I got a cup holder on my chair, and I set my phone in the cup holder. But sometimes it falls in the cracks of the chair, and it'll call people. So my phone, yeah, it'll accidentally call people. Now, did they accidentally call, like you're saying, the butt dials? I don't know. But it don't matter if they called each other or not. That don't mean they killed John O'Keefe because they were communicating. What if they were communicating? Captain Kurt reacts. Dolly, have a good weekend, Bubba. You too, brother. Hope you're doing good. I'm gonna be working all weekend. I'm putting in an above ground pool at my house, so I got a busy weekend. I got sand and a bunch of stuff coming today. I went yesterday and got the pavers. So a bunch of pavers going in. We got some plants we're planting. I got a bunch of outside stuff to do on my house. I'm trying to make it all pretty. You know what I'm saying? So I'm working on the landscaping. So me and my buddies doing that. Don't work too hard. Stay hydrated. I've been drinking water, and I usually don't even drink water. I'm more of a soda person. So we're trying to make everything look all pretty. So I got one of my buddies coming over later today, and he's helping me. We kind of changed the layout of the yard a little bit. And yeah, like I said, I got 3 tons of sand coming today. Just a whole bunch of shit going on. So I've been staying pretty busy. That's the moral of the story. I got a busy weekend this weekend. But if you're just tuning in, Captain Kirk, we're talking about the location of where John O'Keefe died in Canton, Massachusetts, which is the big trial that's going on right now on Court TV, which is Karen Reed. It's the retrial. She went to trial last year, but it ended up in a hung jury. So that hung jury couldn't come to a determination if she was guilty or innocent. So they retried her. And this is the retrial. And today the jury went on a field trip, and this is where they went. They went to 34 Fairview. And I was just showing the people what it looked like. I had went to this location myself when I flew up to Boston, and I was showing the people on the video of like how big the yard is, because they believe the police killed another police officer, that they went there to a party. They all went out to the bar first. Then they go back to this house to a party, but the people inside the house said John O'Keefe never came in the house. And what they're alleging is his girlfriend backed into him and left him laying on the grass right here for dead. I wonder if they got to bring Karen's Lexus there. That's what they said, that the Lexus was there, but the tail light was missing, PJ, and that they wanted the jury to take a look at the height of what was going on. Now, I hear a lawnmower, I think my homeboy is here cutting on the grass because he was supposed to come over and he said he'd be here around 10 and it's 10:16. I didn't hear him knock on the door, but I hear the lawnmower running out front. He must have just got here and started edging up around because we're working on the flower bed. We're working on a bunch of different things outside. So I guess that must be him. So with that said, let's close this. Let's close this. And what? They cut the fan off. Okay, they cut the fan off this morning. I'm going to leave you guys with the fan for a few minutes. I'm going to walk out here and talk to him, see if that got to be him cutting the grass because my neighbor's at work and I hear the lawnmower going. And I told him, I said, well, when you get over here tomorrow, we got to edge up the front and we got to get the sand and we got to get the pool off the 18-wheeler. So we got a bunch of stuff going on. So give me a few minutes. I'll be back with you guys in just a few. I just want to check on everything outside. Could be a dead body in my yard. I don't even know. Okay. And the dude that's helping me is old. He could have a stroke. Okay, I'm back with you guys. I see a bunch of you left, but it's going to be a slow day here, court day, because, you know, they're on a field trip. And I don't know if they're only going to do a half a day or not today. So I'm not quite sure. Hey, Honey Dip, good to see you. She was not found innocent. It was a mistrial. Yeah, there was more jurors that found her guilty than innocent. Some clouds are awesome. I see somebody donated $10 too. It didn't show me who though. Some cloud did. Oh, good Lord. Some cloud, you don't got to give me all your money. I don't even know if you're still here, but if you are, you don't have to give me all your money today. Okay. But thank you. Thank you to really help. I got a lot of repairs going on right now. So I'm getting ready to go to Home Depot real quick. He's finished edging up the yard for me. And, we were just out there going over everything. And then we got to run to Home Depot and buy some wood. So, can you zoom in on that plaque in the front yard? All right, hold on. Producer's calling. Thank you, Some Cloud. Some Cloud just donated $50 more to the show. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Okay. I got to run to Home Depot in a few, but I will put one of those videos on until I get back. Okay. Yeah, that'd probably be better than letting people sit here in silence while I'm working in the yard. So I can do that. You still there? Okay. Let's see what y'all are talking about. How easy it is to slide in the snow. It takes skill not to hit something. Yes. Awesome. Some Cloud. Yeah, Some Cloud is wow. I don't know if you won the lottery today, Some Cloud, or what you've been playing bingo or what, but thank you. Thank you so much. Have you ever tried to hit something on purpose in the snow with an SUV? I've never tried to hit anything on purpose. I usually don't try to run people over. So I try to avoid that. So let's see what we got we can play while we're waiting on this. Exclusive. Let's see how long this is. That's 40 minutes. I need something to play while I run to Home Depot. So give me a second. Let me see what I can play for you guys while I run get this wood I need. Shit. All right, here we go. Let's see what this is.
Friends Jennifer McCabe and Kerry Roberts searched for him. They discovered O'Keefe unresponsive in a snowbank outside of Brian Albert's home. Despite attempts at CPR, he was pronounced dead at the hospital. An autopsy revealed blunt force trauma and hypothermia as contributing factors to his death. Prosecutors allege that Reed, intoxicated, struck O'Keefe with her SUV and left him to die in the snow. Karen Reed maintains her innocence, asserting that John O'Keefe was attacked inside the house and that she is being framed. Her first trial ended in a mistrial, and now it's time for the retrial. So this is a murder trial, okay? It's a murder trial, and it's a boyfriend-girlfriend murder trial. Let's take the SUV and the murder weapon, everything else out of the way here. When we cover cases like this, domestic cases where it's boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, you try to examine the relationship between the two. Because for a boyfriend to murder a girlfriend, or a girlfriend to murder a boyfriend, or a husband to murder a wife to murder a husband, the jury wants to know why. Why would someone who's in a relationship with someone kill him? Why would they murder him? So that's what this case is. They don't get misled by the fact that the SUV is the alleged murder weapon, that it somehow changes that. To me, it doesn't. It's still about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. Karen Reed's accused of taking John O'Keefe's life. Why on earth would she do it? So one way that you can kind of get some insight into what was happening between these two is their text messages. And it was a part of the trial the first time around. And I want you to take a listen to these text messages as they are read by two of our producers. And again, what we're trying to figure out is what's going on in this relationship.
Tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this.
Nope. Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? Kids are here, not in the mood to talk.
So you're not into it anymore? That's fine. But I don't want to keep trying and you keep treating me like this. I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning and you whack me in the face with a pillow. Last night you were basically like, yeah, what about it? When we talk about the future. So why don't you just admit you're not into it so much anymore?
Not how it went down, but okay.
Can you please admit your head is out of the game with us?
Sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. OMG, stop calling.
Then why would you start with me this morning? You're setting me up to fail. You started a number of fights from your end.
I've explained it a few times already. Not doing it again.
So you're not into this anymore?
Not into fighting all the time, correct?
If you're telling me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world. I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. Can you please answer?
No, Karen. Not sure why you need to announce that you're grabbing a drink, but have fun.
Seeing if you want to meet me later. Okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes?
Not right now.
I'm going home. See you later. Your kids are alone. I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
Okay, let's talk about these text messages. It brings us to the first question in our investigation. What do these text messages prove? What are you taking away from them? What insight do they give us into the relationship, the status of the relationship between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe? And what connection, if any, does it have to murder? Joining us, longtime Massachusetts attorney. He was a prosecutor for 20 years, including as homicide chief in Norfolk County in a trial I covered many moons ago. Rick Grundy is with us, and on the phone, Karen Reed supporter. She's Nurse Kim on YouTube and TikTok. Kim Whalen also joining us. Great to have you both here. Rick, let me start with you. What are you hearing in these text messages, the back and forth on the 28th, going into the 29th, between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe? Is this the stuff that murders are made of?
Well, obviously it can be a stretch from a strained relationship to a murder, but these are the stretches that occur regularly in homicides. And I think in these particular nuggets, what you hear is quite powerful because it sounds like and starts as a particularized argument, disagreement centered on that particular evening, maybe going back to that morning. But what it then opens up is that this is part of a much larger discordance between the parties. Clearly, Ms. Reed is focused on whether there is someone else romantically on his mind or perhaps in his life already. It references that there has been a recently supposedly resolved rough patch that extended for some period of time, and he's not ready to jump back into all the lovey-dovey things. So I think it casts a long shadow not only on the here and now, but the past that precipitated to this. So it gives you a good taste of that relationship for more of an extended period of time than just these two texts going back and forth.
All right, Kim, what are you hearing in these text messages, the communications back and forth between John and Karen?
Yeah, thank you, Vinny, for having me back. I just wanted to clarify that I think all of us have had rough mornings. And I think that that's what this dramatic reenactment is hearkening back to. An argument regarding, breakfast items and things that are normal, mundane couple issues. We all have them. And unfortunately, this is being used against Karen in the fight of her life, trying to, make her stance as it relates to not being guilty. And this is what the Commonwealth has.
Okay, now, this has, Rick, this has become an issue now, these text messages and how they'll be presented in court. I want to put this up on the screen. This is the response to this court's request for her written objection in response to the Commonwealth's request to use independent readers with regard to purported text messages exchanged between John O'Keefe and Karen Read. The defense quickly objected to this inappropriate theater, especially given the high probability that such a staged delivery could be unduly prejudicial against Ms. Read. So apparently, I guess prosecutors want independent readers, much like we did in what you just heard, to read these text messages. What are your thoughts? Rick, how is this usually done up in Massachusetts? Do you bring in dramatic readers to read the text messages to the jury?
Well, there certainly is precedent for doing that. And normally the circumstances are that you have an unavailable witness. And more often than not, that unavailable witness is unavailable because they're deceased. So the normal circumstances under which this arises is when there's, say, grand jury testimony. And the person actually came in, gave testimony. There was a prosecutor asking questions, and the witness was answering. And that witness is no longer available. Again, most prevalently, that's because they're deceased. And in those situations, it's a normal course to have somebody get into the stand and take those grand jury minutes, and the prosecutor in the case would read the question, and the person in the stand, assuming the role of the deceased party, would read them back. It's a little different here, although John O'Keefe is certainly an unavailable witness. It's similar in that sense. One point that the defense makes here is that these were never spoken words. These were always written words. So the jurors actually are getting the whole grain by virtue of getting the written document. And the court's arguably giving you a little more, rather than take the time to have these jurors all read these individually, we're going to read them in front of the jury. So it's reading the text as opposed to reenacting what were oral words to different parties. And I think that's a notable difference. And obviously, as your demonstration showed, when you have a person reading it and they're assigning emotion or a heightened voice to certain parts of it, as the punctuation calls for, it adds more to it than words on a paper.
Yeah. The other thing, Kim, sometimes text messages are misinterpreted, even by the people who are going back and forth amongst each other. It's so difficult to really understand the exact tone of a text message unless you're the one that wrote it and can explain it.
Oh, absolutely. 100%, Vinny. It is incredibly difficult for this position that the Commonwealth is requesting, and it must be agreed upon by the defense and the Commonwealth, because if someone gets in there and has inflection or changes any type of tone, there could be significant damage done to either side.
Yeah. I mean, there's damage done sometimes when people use all caps in a text message and don't do it on purpose. Like people stop screaming at me. Like I can see how text messages can easily, beyond anything else, be very misinterpreted. Okay. Our guests are staying sticking around. Coming up next, why did the Bryans destroy their phones?
Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card.
Biggest trials of the year are here on Court TV
Live in the Arizona courtroom, as convicted cult mom killer Lori Daybell represents herself.
She wanted to have her day in court, so here we are.
And in Massachusetts, as Karen Reed faces a jury again.
She's not afraid to take the stand.
The trials everyone is talking about.
Do you wish that you could clarify?
They'll be clarified one day, Matt.
On Court TV.
And you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of these electronic data associated with the cell phones at issue. Period, end quote. Did you receive a notice from the Commonwealth with that language?
I don't remember receiving that document, no.
Were you told in any other capacity that you were not to get rid of or delete your cell phone? In other words, preserve your phone.
Subsequent to me upgrading my phone, I spoke with the DA's office. So after that, they told me via a phone call that that was the case.
Okay. Brian Albert's phone, Brian Higgins' phone, both a big part of the first trial, will be a big part of the second trial. There he is on cross-examination. Let's take a look at a little more of that cross-examination of Brian Albert by Alan Jackson about his phone.
Have you ever had a conversation with Brian Higgins about your phones, respectively?
We may have.
Why, in June of 2023, did you testify, I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins, end quote?
I'm not sure of the context of that.
So now you just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Your quote was, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote.
Right.
Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone.
I know at some point, Brian Higgins.
Yes or no, Mr. Albert?
Did he? Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no, sir?
Yes.
Okay, brings us to the next question in our investigation, and it's about those phones, and it's about these two witnesses. Why did the Bryans, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, destroy their phones? Here with us, former NYPD officer, retired Nassau County Lieutenant and Commanding Officer Mike Gould, and attorney Melanie Little. She's on YouTube. She is here as well. Great to see you all. All right, Melanie, why did the Bryans destroy their phones?
It's the question of the hour, isn't it, Vinny? I mean, the two third-party culprits that are left in this case, Brian Higgins and Brian Alberts, both destroyed their phone around the same day, right before they're served with a preservation order. Not only did they destroy their phones, but they got new phone numbers. So is it a coincidence, or was it an intentional destruction of evidence? It's going to be something for the jury to decide, but something that Alan Jackson will sink his teeth into once again.
Let me ask you, Mike, is there any reason that you could think of that a member of law enforcement would want to destroy their phone when they get a new one?
Well, I certainly think it was intentional. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Oh, yeah, they definitely destroyed these phones on purpose. But why would a member of law enforcement do that? Is there a reason? I'm not a member of law enforcement. You were.
Right. So it's their personal cell phones, number one, and I'm assuming it's not a police department cell phone. And I'm sure there's a lot of things on there that they didn't want anybody to see. There was a big night of drinking and partying and past and present texting and sexting and all of these things amongst all of them. I just don't personally think it's as nefarious as it suggests. And I never really did buy into the conspiracy theory. So I think that there's problems on both sides of this, the prosecution and the defense. And of course, they have to make a thing. It certainly doesn't look good, but I don't think it's as nefarious. I think there's personal things in there that they didn't want anybody to find out about. And they decided, when they woke up the next day and said, what did we do last night? Try to figure out what the hell happened. They made this decision, which will ultimately be obviously a bad decision.
Let's take a listen to Brian Higgins here talking about his phone being cross-examined by David Yannetti.
In September of 2022,
you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
You took the SIM card out of your phone, correct?
No, what I testified to was that it's.
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone, yes or no?
I don't know.
Did you testify that that's what you do when you get rid of phones, sir?
What I said was that might have been the extent of it if I was to have done that.
And you either cut up the SIM card or ripped it up, correct?
I believe what I testified to was
I'm not asking you what you testified to. I'm asking you today, did you either cut up the SIM card or rip it up?
Cut it up or broke it.
Okay, Melanie, from the defense perspective, how and why are the phones of these two men so significant?
Well, since they're both potential third-party culprits, the issue is that by destroying both of their phones, they essentially destroyed all communications between the two of them. And both being law enforcement, they both knew exactly what they were doing when they did that. And understand also.
You knew what you was doing when you use a filter on your picture when you're 60 some years old. Okay. This is the lady I was talking about earlier when I said, how are we supposed to trust what you say and we can't even trust what you look like? Right. Like she even went on the court TV with the filters on. Right. Have y'all ever seen a picture of this lady? Like, lady, you are suspect. Okay. You are suspect. Like, don't hide your age. Court TV, y'all need to do some background. Y'all showing a damn 35-year-old woman that's really 65. Okay, you can see it in her neck. You can see the age in her neck, but her face is so filtered and so fake that it's hard to believe. Like, this is an older woman. Come on, Dolly. Some women just don't like to look old. I understand it. And listen, I ain't got no, if you put on some makeup and you try to make yourself look pretty, that's great. But when you completely change how you look via AI, right? That you're not even a real person at that point. She don't look like that. Like, come on now. That shit is weird. It's just weird. I have no problem with makeup on. Some cloud, thank you. Good Lord. You must have been playing the lotto. Something. You hit it rich? You been hanging out with Karen Reed? What have you been doing? But thank you so much. Thank you. Just about got the grass cut. I got to run to Home Depot for about 30 minutes or so. Might take me longer. So I'll probably play through this and then I'll put one more thing on before I leave because I got to have time to get there and get the wood. If that was her on a milk carton, she wouldn't be recognized. I know. I'm not trying to be mean, right? She could be the sweetest lady ever. Don't get it wrong. What I'm trying to say is, I'm saying it's wrong to change your appearance to where it's not even you anymore. Some cloud is making it rain. Right? Good Lord. Thank you. But you've done enough. Take chat to Home Depot. I mean, I can take you guys with me, but you'll be in my pocket, of course. And I don't know when court's going to be back. So I just wanted to touch in because they were showing that lady that I was talking about.
So this was 9 months after the murder of John O'Keefe. And so it just leads to so much, as if there wasn't enough reasonable doubt in this case, so much more reasonable doubt.
So, Mike, what you were saying before is there might be other things on there, and you say might not be as nefarious, but could there be other things on there that are sort of what got Trooper Michael Proctor fired from his job? You know,
100%, 100%. Remember, we use cell phones today like we're just having normal or just conversations that are just back and forth. You're talking about everything about your personal life, your professional life. Again, these weren't, I don't believe, police department phones, which obviously should remain very sterile. You shouldn't mess with them. But it's their personal phone. I just feel that they, their whole lives, they had everything was this one night of partying has now turned into such a tangled web for so many people. And they made this decision. Definitely agree with Melanie. This was a bad decision. This does not look good. And
okay, let me just pause it there. Listen, look at not a wrinkle on her face. She does not look like, it's hard to believe. I'm just saying, it's hard to believe that AI can do that. All right. It's just hard to believe AI can do that. Like, you can see it in her neck. It's hard to see because it's a little filtered here, but you would never know this lady was that age. You just wouldn't. Right. Like when I seen a picture of her, I could not believe it was the same person. I couldn't believe it. Now, like I said, the lady could be the sweetest, nicest person ever. It ain't nothing to attack on the person itself. The attack is on people. You can't believe what you see on the internet. Like, I didn't even know you could do that until PJ was showing me the filters on Snapchat, that you use this Snapchat filter for your computer, and it makes you look 30 years younger. Like, you hit the like for you, 346. Thank you, Jimmy. A lot of them officers probably did drive home drunk that night. And you know, that is police corruption, but it's not the same type of police corruption as murdering you and all that, you know. So yeah, I'm getting me with, listen, I ain't gonna hate on this lady for the face filters. Okay. I'm gonna get me some, and I'm gonna come up here and look just like Brad Pitt. Okay, I'm gonna get me the Brad Pitt face thing. It makes me look just like Brad Pitt. I now use tan filter all the time because I was looking ghostly. LOL. Okay. Well, I mean, maybe it's a new thing online, but what do you do when you go out in public and people don't recognize you? You know what I'm saying? When you see me in public, I look exactly just as ugly as I do online. Okay. There ain't no difference. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I really don't. What my biggest thing was, I didn't know you could do it. I didn't know you could do it. I didn't know you could be 70 and look 30 with a filter. I don't even know if she's 70, but she's every bit of 60. Right. And, you know, she was a lawyer apparently at one point when she, in her younger days, back 30 years ago, back during the Civil War. During the Civil War, she was an attorney, but now she's just like the fucking spokesperson for Snapchat apps. I'm just picking. She's probably like a sweet lady too, and I'm being all mean. So the Civil War, yes. She was Abraham Lincoln's lawyer. You know what I'm saying? She looked good though for her age, don't she? She looked good for her age.
Away after, within the days after the murder, is he went to the FBI. He has a friend who worked there, his friend Matt Kelch, who's on the witness list for the defense.
It kind of makes your face look blurry though. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes it where it looks like you don't have no features to your face. Like, her face almost looks flat. You know what I'm saying? Because of all the, you know, the blending that the filters do. But she looks very young for 63 and don't need it. Is she 63? I knew she was in her 60s. I could tell. I knew she was about 10 years older than me. But yeah, like, I mean, you know, people would probably like her the same if she didn't do it, you know? No, this Southern Truth, this lady uses filters, like Snapchat filters, so she looks younger. But I can see where the filter glitches when she talks. Yeah, like when some of her lives, you can look at her neck, and her neck is all wrinkled up, but then her face is perfectly smooth, right? But it's a little blurry and makes her face look a little flat. You can see it around her lips. If you look real close, you can see it around her lips, the filter, how it squares up her lips. But yeah, she definitely uses filter. I sent you all her credentials. Okay. Let me look. Let me look what she is. Actress, cast, and producer. Okay, this is when she was younger. Let's see. Let me click on it. She was in Evil Lies here, TV series. Ocean 8. She's been in some TV series. Huh. I would have never thought. And what year was this? Okay. So she's an actress. Good for her. All right, let's see. All right. That's a lot of information. All right, here we go.
He showed Brian Higgins how to use the kiosk in the FBI building so that Brian Higgins.
Yeah, she's a real actress. She's been involved in a lot of different TV series. So, awesome for her. It's totally a catfish, though. Yeah, super chat filters use Botox. Joking. PJ sending me a ton of stuff. Hold on. Yeah, I've never known who she was. I just knew she used filters. I'd seen a real picture of her, and I was like, wow, she looks so. I didn't even know it was the same lady until somebody said, yeah, she uses filters on her photos. Let's see. These were back in 2016. She's in a movie, film on Amazon Prime. She's in a lot of stuff. She's been in commercials. She's done commercial acting, highlights fully familiar with complex medical and legal terminology, 25 years as a trial lawyer in New York State and federal courts, real courtroom experience as a participating attorney, uses the use of real life improv skills, multiple local and national television news interviews, unscripted, and various cases and commentary. Okay, so she's been in a lot. How did she get away with it in the movies, though? Well, she ain't did a movie since 2016. 16. So when was 2016? What was that? 9 years ago. I'll have to watch something she's in now. She did a lot of television. She did a lot of film, believe it or not. She's in Rebirth, The Escape, Mother Nature, Math Guy, Winston Died Dead on Sunday, Sisterhood, Family Violence, Sisters. She's a supporter in Sisters. To Your Dying Night, Moving in 2008, Hidden Ties. So she's been in a bunch of stuff. Okay. All right. Oh, there's some clips of her. Hold on. Let me see a clip.
Address will be gone tomorrow. Okay. Now, I need you to torch it.
What? Nah, that was never a part of our deal. You know, I could go to jail for that.
Money for you. Your family stays safe.
Okay. She looks kind of like in 2016. She didn't look bad. You know, I mean, I don't know why she's using all the filters. Okay. You know, I don't know if they use filters in the movies. So, oh, it's cool. Cool. Congratulations to her for all the success she's had in TV shows and movies. I was thinking she might have looked familiar, you know, like something I had seen, but I wasn't too sure.
Could cherry pick the text messages between himself and Karen Reed. He then printed up all of those text messages on physical paper and brought them with him to give his statement to, I think it was Michael Proctor, who has other issues now, as you know. So, you know, the issue is also that Brian Higgins lied about making any phone calls the evening in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. And now all of a sudden some new video has surfaced of Brian Higgins on the phone outside the Sally Port at Canton PD. Had this video been turned over prior to the first trial or even during the first trial, Higgins would have been able to been impeached with it. But now all of a sudden after the mistrial, all of this new video is surfacing. There's a lot more evidence that's going to come in this trial, and it's going to be must-see TV, Vinny.
Yeah, another reason why this.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Dr. Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And what is your occupation?
I am a physician pathologist.
And where do you work?
I work currently at Signature Healthcare in Brockton.
And how long have you worked at Signature and in what capacity, sir?
Signature, I started, it's probably 6 months. I took a new job 6 months ago. I've been, I am the chief of pathology and the laboratory medical director at Signature.
And where did you work prior to your work at Signature about 6 months ago?
Prior to that, I was at Good Samaritan Medical Center in the same capacity.
And how long did you work at Good Samaritan for?
Since 2015, late 2015.
And did you work in any capacity similar to that prior to working at Good Samaritan?
Prior to Good Samaritan, I worked at the Kearney Hospital, which is in Dorchester. Started that job in 1996. So I stayed on staff at Kearney Hospital up until actually closed 6 months ago. So I've been on staff at Kearney's for quite a long time.
Where did you go to school and what degrees did you receive?
I went to college at Tufts University in Medford, graduated in '87. From there, I went to Tufts Medical School and graduated in 1991.
And following your graduation, where did you go from there?
After medical school, I did a residency at Tufts Medical Center in 1991 to 1996.
And then where did you go following your residency?
And right from residency, my first job was at Kearney Hospital, which I previously mentioned, so 1996.
And doctor, are you board certified?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
And what is a board certification?
Board certification is something we need to show that we are actually qualified to perform the job that we need to do, both in anatomic and clinical pathology. It's a written exam that we take and we need to pass to demonstrate that we're competent and know what we're doing.
First, in just general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is pathology?
Pathology is, well, there are two basic branches of pathology: anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is basically, an anatomic pathologist is a physician or MD or a DO trained to make diagnoses on patients via looking at tissue biopsies, organs, tissue fluids, and we're also trained in autopsy pathology as well. So basically, an anatomic pathologist, we look at tissues via glass slides. Slides are made, and we every day make the diagnosis of, somebody has a cancer or somebody doesn't have a cancer, benign. Look at colon polyps, breast biopsies, pretty much anything that comes out of the operating room or a physician's office, any sort of biopsy. Clinical pathology, on the other hand, is basically a clinical pathologist is a physician, an MD or a DO, who specializes in the clinical lab, which basically is any fluid specimen, including blood specimens. When you go to the hospital and you have your blood test and it gets sent to the lab, the clinical pathologist is ultimately responsible for the quality of your lab tests and quality, and basically that's it.
And so the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, did that cover the date of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And again, what was your title and what was your job at Good Samaritan in the month of January 2022?
I was the chief of pathology at the time and laboratory medical director.
What did you do as the laboratory medical director?
Laboratory medical director, basically, the laboratory medical director is responsible for the ultimate quality of any, either whether it's a biopsy, somebody's biopsy, or lab result. The laboratory medical director has to make sure that the final result is of excellent quality. So there are many different things that we need to make sure that things that are in place, as far as need to make sure we have the correct amount of workers. You want to have enough workers. You want to make sure they're competent. So as many, there are policies for competency for all the lab techs and phlebotomists and even pathologists. So basically, the laboratory medical director, if something goes wrong, it's ultimately his or her fault.
And the lab at Good Samaritan, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by what body?
We are accredited, or Good Samaritan is accredited by the, we call it the CAP. It's a College of American Pathologists. They are considered the preeminent accrediting body for hospitals. They've been around for probably 70 plus years or so.
What is accreditation? What does that mean?
Accreditation is basically something that says that your laboratory is following guidelines and providing excellent quality. To be accredited with the CAP, every 2 years we have a laboratory inspection. They don't tell you when they're coming. They will give you a 3-month window, and they'll come and inspect you to make sure we are have a good quality lab. Each section of the lab, pathology, the clinical lab, microbiology, chemistry, hematology. The CAP has a checklist with numerous requirements that one needs to fulfill. There are probably over 3,000 items that that they look at.
And was your laboratory at Good Samaritan, was the accreditation up to date on January 29th, 2022?
We were accredited, still are.
Now, in Good Samaritan Medical Center, when a blood test is ordered, what types of things is the lab testing for?
I think the most common tests that are performed when you go and you have your blood test is one is chemistry, a chemistry test where we sodium, potassium, chloride, glucose. We also a common test is a CBC, or a complete blood count, where we look at your red blood cells and your white blood cells and your platelets. Those are the two most common tests.
And why is blood testing ordered in the course of medical treatment at a hospital?
When you're admitted to the hospital, usually you're sick, so the physician is usually a standard, ordering chemistry and CBC to see if there are any clues in those tests that could help the doctor take care of you. If they look at a BUN and creatinine, maybe if they're elevated, you either could it be dehydrated or have renal failure. If you look at liver function tests, maybe there's something wrong with your liver. So it's just a general, a good look at the patients to see if there are any clues that could help them.
And as far as the blood testing results are concerned, how does that assist either a doctor or a clinician in treatment and diagnosis?
Basically, what I just said. If there's nothing, if the results are normal, that sometimes helps too. Rules things out if they're normal. If they do a CBC and look at the hemoglobin and it's low and patient's anemic, maybe the patient might need a transfusion. So there are many different case scenarios where the results can help the provider, the clinician.
Now, with reference to alcohol, does the Good Samaritan Medical Center, do they also test alcohol within the blood?
Yes, we do.
And why would that assist medical treatment and diagnosis?
I think if a physician is wanting to know if somebody's been drinking or has alcohol on board, or maybe not, maybe a patient has ingested maybe drugs of abuse, so they'll test for alcohol to see if it's positive, and if it is, then it helps confirm that the patient has been drinking.
Now, are there any policies and protocols at Good Samaritan Medical Center with reference to how blood is taken and how blood is tested?
Yes, we have numerous policies. We have one policy specifically for phlebotomists. Those are laboratory technicians who draw the blood. So we have a policy for them to explain exactly what they need to do. And also in the laboratory, we have numerous policies basically for any tests that we provide. And so we have a policy for alcohol testing as well.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm placing before you two sets of documents. Just ask you to review those generally and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what is contained within each of those two sets of documents?
Okay. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection. This is the policy that I was mentioning, specifically designed for our phlebotomist to detail the procedure of the blood draw. Basically goes through one of the most important parts of the process is correct patient identification, where we need to correctly identify the patient. We have the patient state his or her first and last name and state it out loud to make sure it matches the patient that we're trying to draw. And then we also match up the bracelet to the medical record number on the patient's bracelet. So one of the most important things is correct patient identification. The rest of this policy goes on and just pretty much details what to do next, including finding the veins, cleaning the site. It has some information on if there are any complications. So it's basically the entire process of the blood draw. The second one is our alcohol policy, which pretty much details in detail what goes on behind the scenes for an alcohol blood test in our hospital.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, Caldwell, so you can introduce in a minute the next two exhibits.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, it would be the patient preparation for specimen collection, the next exhibit in line.
All right. Exhibit 35.
And the ETOH policy would be the next exhibit number 37.
Exhibit 36.
Excuse me. Thank you. Now, doctor, what types of precautions are in place at Good Samaritan with respect specifically to alcohol testing in the blood? Or I should say taking the blood sample from the patient.
Yes, one of the major things we need to do with taking somebody's blood for alcohol is to obviously not use an alcohol swab. Normally, when you have your blood test, they cleanse the area with a swab that contains alcohol. So in our policy is a specific statement that says, do not use alcohol swab because potentially when you're drawing the blood, if you suck up some of that residual alcohol, you could cause a false positive. So we have in our policy, and every hospital should have the same policy where we use a swab that has no alcohol. We call them a moist towelette. That's what we refer them to. Also in the emergency room, my supervisor pretty much removed probably 95% of all the alcohol swabs. So just in case a phlebotomist forgets to not use an alcohol swab, they are hard to find. We need to keep a few there because we need to use alcohol wipes on certain tests like blood cultures and stuff like that. So
when were the alcohol swabs removed from the emergency department?
it was before my time.
So fair to say
Sure.
prior to January 29th, 2022?
Correct.
What is a phlebotomist and what do they do?
So a phlebotomist is a healthcare professional who specializes in drawing blood. So they're the ones who are trained, competent, and know what to do when they draw a patient's blood.
What kind of training do phlebotomists receive at Good Samaritan?
We try to hire phlebotomists who have been trained. It's just easier. So they can have a high school background, but if we train on site, they just need to be trained on the proper protocol, proper procedures, and demonstrate competency.
Is there any sort of proficiency testing related to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan?
There's no proficiency testing for phlebotomists, but there's competency assessments. So with phlebotomists or any laboratory technician or even pathologists, there are strict guidelines for competency. We have to always make sure people know what they're doing, and it's a CLIA or a federal government regulation or requirement. So when anybody first starts in a hospital, the requirements are, one, initial training. You can't let anybody come in on their, without not knowing what they're doing. So we have to document that they have the initial training and they're competent. And then the law says 6 months from that, we do another competency assessment where we look at 6 elements of competency defined by CLIA, and 6 months from that, 1 year from the start date, is another competency. And then after that, it's annual thereafter. And that goes for phlebotomists, and it goes for any laboratory technician.
Doctor, once the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, what happens then?
So the phlebotomist will draw it at the time. They need to have the specimens labeled in the patient's room, because you don't want the phlebotomist to mislabel. So everything gets labeled at the patient's bedside with an initialed and with the phlebotomist's initial and date and time. That blood test will then be sent to the lab. In this case, the blood was drawn in the emergency room, so it gets packaged into a plastic bag and sent in a pneumatic tube up to the laboratory.
And once it's sent to the laboratory, what happens with the sample from there?
Once we receive it, it's called receiving the specimen. There will be a technician who then goes into the computer, enters the phlebotomist's name from the tube into the computer system, enters the time, and the technologist will look and see what was ordered, and then do the appropriate next step based on what was ordered.
And in a case in which alcohol is one of the items that are ordered, what is the next step as far as the testing goes?
So the next step with alcohol testing, we use a specific tube, so the phlebotomist would know what tube to use. It would be a light green tube that has lithium heparin in it. It's an anticoagulant. We don't want the blood to clot, so that's why we use an anticoagulant. So the first step when testing for alcohol is that the test is designed to be performed on serum or plasma. And to get that, the next step would be to centrifuge the blood. The centrifuge is a machine that spins the blood rapidly. We spin it at around 3,300 RPMs, which is pretty fast, rotations per minute. And the reason why we spin it, because centrifugation will allow it to separate the blood components based on the density. So heavier stuff like the red blood cells will go to the bottom, and the lighter stuff like the watery component of the blood will go to the top, and some of the white cells go into the middle. But for alcohol testing, we are targeting the top part of the blood component, which would be plasma.
And then once it goes through the centrifuge process, what happens then?
So once it's centrifuged, we have the separation of the blood components. We have the plasma ready to be tested, so that technologists will walk the specimen over. It's probably 10 feet from there, and put it onto our Roche Cobas machine. That's our machine that performs our chemistries as well as alcohol testing. It goes onto a machine. All the testing is basically inside of a black box. And the label present on the blood tube will dictate what the Roche machine will test. So based on the barcode label, once it's on our machine, it knows what test to do, and it will perform an alcohol test.
And Doctor, for our stenographer, do you know how to spell that Roche Cobas machine that you were just referencing?
So R-O-C-H-E, Roche, and Cobas, C-O-B-A-S.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Doctor, showing you another series of documents. Again, if you can just look at that and look up when we finish. Do you recognize those records, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the medical records of Karen Reed.
And sir, is there an indication within those records as far as the date of treatment for Ms. Reed?
Yes, there's a bunch of dates in here.
As far as the treatment is concerned, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date of treatment?
Oh. 1/9/22.
Sorry, is that 29/22?
That's what it says on this. Admit date, it says 1/29/22.
Thank you, sir. That's fine. Doctor, if I could direct your attention further into the document to a previously tabbed portion, do you see any indication in there as far as a result for alcohol testing?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that result, have you reviewed these records prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of the timeline from this blood sample as far as, let's start with first when it was ordered.
So when it was ordered, it was 9:03 in the morning.
And when was it taken, sir?
The blood test was taken 5 minutes later, so 9:08.
And then what happened, or what is the next time that something of any significance happened with it?
5 minutes from that, 9:13, we received it, and 9:53 in the morning, the result was entered into the computer. So it was ordered at 9:03, and I believe it was 9:53. The results were in the computer.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Little? Objection. All right, thank you. 37.
Your Honor, may I return to the document?
Yes.
And doctor, what was the result of the testing for alcohol in the defendant's blood when it was taken shortly after 9 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
Thanks. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Little? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Fowler.
Oh, good afternoon.
The Good Samaritan lab is a clinical lab, not a forensic lab. Is that right?
Correct.
And hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating an individual's blood alcohol concentration. Is that right?
I would say 99.9% of the time we are not in the legal business. We are testing alcohol for the diagnosis of alcohol intoxication. But occasionally a case may come, very rare, to a hospital and it ends up being a legal case. It's not common, I think uncommon.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are conducted by law enforcement, right?
Yes.
The purpose of testing in a clinical setting is to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of a patient, right?
Correct.
And physicians need to analyze blood quickly. They need to get the results so they can see what's in a patient's system and then effectively and efficiently treat that patient, right?
Correct.
Whereas in a forensic setting, tests for blood alcohol concentration are designed to produce results that are reliable and credible for use in court, correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier today that your lab is accredited by CAP, which is the College of American Pathologists. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
But CAP is a clinical laboratory accreditation, not a forensic accreditation, right?
We don't have the forensic accreditation for Good Samaritan.
In fact, Good Samaritan has never been investigated or accredited by any forensic accreditation team to ensure that you perform all of your tests with the integrity necessary to support results in court, right?
We've never had the forensic accreditation, but we have very good quality lab results, which I could go into further.
But you've never been accredited by a forensic accreditation team, right?
No.
And the lab at Good Samaritan has never been accredited by the ANSI, which is the National Accreditation Board known as ANAB. Are you familiar with that organization?
No.
Are you aware that ANAB is the forensic accreditation body that in the United States that ensures that laboratories' procedures meet the minimum standards necessary to ensure results are reliable and credible for use in court?
Sustained.
Now, the most reliable method of forensic ethanol testing is called headspace gas chromatography, or HSGC. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes.
And HSGC is the method that's used by forensic labs to test for blood alcohol content, right?
Correct.
And that's because forensic tests require the testing of whole blood for the presence of alcohol, right?
Correct.
Can you briefly, just for the jury, describe sort of the difference between a whole blood test and a serum test?
Sure. So whole blood, to put it simply, when you have your blood drawn, you see the fluid coming out, all red. That's whole blood. We don't do anything to it. We don't spin it down. We don't centrifuge it. That is whole blood. That is the specimen of choice for forensic blood ethanol testing. Hospitals, on the other hand, our methodology, which is just as good as the forensic headspace gas chromatography, is based on looking at the serum or the plasma. So we don't, that's what I went when I explained that we need to centrifuge it, take the liquid portion off the top. So in the hospital, we test it on the serum or the plasma. Now, did you ask me the difference? Do you want me to go into the difference?
That's enough, doctor. Thank
Okay,
you. I'll
all right.
ask some additional questions
Okay.
to kind of clarify. And in a forensic lab, they actually require the testing of whole blood, correct?
Correct.
And HSGC directly measures ethanol in the blood.
Correct.
And this method is designed to be accurate and reliable for forensic purposes for use in legal proceedings, correct?
Correct.
But the testing in this case was performed using the hospital's clinical chemistry machine instead of a forensically defensible method like HSGC, right?
Correct.
And that clinical chemistry machine performs what you just testified to, a serum test, right?
Serum or plasma.
Serum or plasma. And hospitals use serum or plasma testing because it's actually quicker and more efficient than HSGC, right?
Yes, it's less labor intensive. It's easy to automate, but at the same time, very, very good and very accurate.
But serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. It instead measures the presence of what's called NADH, right? Yes, I'll repeat that. That was my fault. Serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. Instead, it measures the presence of NADH. Is that right?
Almost.
Well, NADH is a byproduct of alcohol, right?
Correct. I can go into the testing how methodology that we use to explain it if you want me to.
Well, serum testing measures the presence of NADH, correct?
It measures the rate of change of NADH production, so it doesn't actually look at just NADH, and it measures the rate of production, and I can go into more detail on that. Alcohol testing in the lab is correct.
I'll ask you some additional
Okay,
questions
sure.
about NADH and we'll
Sure.
get there.
Yeah.
So you can do this now, but let the doctor answer his question fully next question, okay? And the following questions.
Doctor, the higher the NADH in a patient's system, the higher the serum test result, correct?
That may not be correct, no. It's the rate of change of NADH production based on our methodology. I can go into that. So our test system is a little bit different than the forensic testing system, but it's also very good and very accurate, and almost when we compare our methodology to the Headspace, we get the exact same results, and when we compare and with peer laboratory comparisons. But what we do is and I think the jury needs to know this, maybe some of you might understand the chemistry behind it, but we do, we take the patient's sample, and it's based on, we add, because when there's alcohol in the specimen, we add, actually, in the test system, alcohol dehydrogenase. It's the same enzyme that's in the patient's body. In addition, we add a surplus of NAD to it. NAD is similar to NADH. They get converted back and forth. So when we put it on our test system, it's alcohol dehydrogenase is in there. And what happens is, when there's alcohol, it combines with NAD that we add to it. It creates NADH. And then in our machine, there's a spectrophotometer, which can monitor the rate of NADH production over baseline. And we use, there's something that measures, a photometer that measures the NADH production. It looks at light in this physics and looks at 340 nanometers. and it's pretty accurate. It will monitor. It will tell you, it will tell the system how much NADH is produced, and that amount is directly proportional to the alcohol in the patient sample. So it's a very, very accurate test, but there are some limitations that I can go into.
So wait for another question.
Okay.
Next question, Ms. Little.
Yes, so serum testing can be subject to errors, right? And there are limitations.
There are some limitations that I can explain, just like headspace gas chromatography may have some limitations too, but I can go into them.
Next question.
What are some of the limitations of the serum testing?
Okay. So the serum test, as with many tests in the laboratory, different things can interfere with our laboratory tests. And the three most common ones, which are unlikely to affect ethanol testing, is we abbreviated HIL. We want to look at those three things. One is hemolysis, which is H, and the other one is icterus, which is high bilirubin. And the third is L for lipids. High lipids will interfere with alcohol testing or with any testing based on that same methodology. Our machine, the Rose-Kobash machine, and all the machines out in the market today are very sophisticated. If we have elevated levels of any H or I or L, it will flag it and raise the potential for a problem. The next thing on the list is that our alcohol testing is not absolutely specific for ethanol. There are two possible other alcohols that can cross-react. One is propanol and butanol. But then it goes clinical history. Did the patient ingest those two alcohols? And third is there's some unusual hematologic malignancies like Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia that can interfere. So it's always have to correlate with the clinical situation. The next one, sometimes there can be patients who make endogenous, make their own alcohol. So very rarely, some patients may truly have a positive result. That could be from our test or Headspace. They make their own, so we have to rule that out. It's a rare condition. And the next one is one that's in the literature, which is LDH and lactic acid. If a patient has a markedly elevated LDH or lactic acid, those one is an enzyme, and the other one is an acid, that can cause false positives. Now,
if I could stop you there, Doctor. I think those were the four that you identified, the four limitations: the lactic acid, the hematite.
Yeah.
If I could just
go ahead and ask your next question.
If I could ask you a few more questions about LDH and lactic acid.
Sure.
You're aware, Dr. Fowler, of the medical literature establishing that the presence of LDH and lactic acid can lead to falsely elevated serum readings, correct?
Correct.
And that's because lactic acid or LDH actually forms NADH.
Lactic acid, I'll have to go into a little bit of chemistry. Lactic acid and LDH, lactate dehydrogenase, they both act on each other. And LDH and lactic acid needs NAD plus to break it down. So in theory, when you're testing a serum, a plasma for blood alcohol, if there's extra LDH or high levels of LDH, high levels of lactic acid, you add it to the test system, and then Roche throws in, or Siemens throws in the NAD, it will form NADH. That was first documented, I think, back in the older versions of these ethanol testings back in the 1990s, when they stumbled on, they were looking for biomarkers or reasons in kids with SIDS, little babies, and they found that two of these babies had a positive alcohol. But
Doctor, if I could just ask the next question, if that's okay.
Sorry.
So in other words, NADH, studies have found, can actually be formed by certain biomechanical processes other than the presence of alcohol, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Health has found that liver diseases, kidney diseases, muscle injury, trauma, and even anemia are some of the health conditions that can lead to a rise in serum LDH levels?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Reed was severely anemic in January of 2022?
Sustained.
Are you aware that the medical literature has also found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'm going to allow that.
I haven't read anything specifically related to the NADH level, but but I want to go back to the point where our laboratory, our testing is not based.
Let him finish his answer.
It's not. It's the rate of change of NADH. So if somebody has NADH on board, I believe it's not going to affect the result. It's the rate of change, and it basically, back to the anemia. I haven't read or heard of that.
That was stricken. That was not allowed.
It all goes back to the lactic acid and the LDH. The NADH doesn't matter. So looking at multiple sclerosis patients, they can have elevated LDH and lactic acid, but it's not to the extent that it can interfere with the alcohol levels. There was a study maybe 7-10 years ago.
Your Honor, there's no question pending.
You asked him about a study, if he was aware of the studies.
I asked, and that's a yes or no question. And he's...
All right, Doctor, we're going to hold that there for you and ask the next question.
Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center of Healthy Brain Aging by the University of New South Wales? Which...
Can you do that again and slow down, please?
Sure. Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Levels through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center for Healthy Brain Aging by the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, which specifically found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
Objection.
I'll strike the part of what the article held. Is he aware of the article?
No, I'm not, to be honest, no.
Dr. Fowler, did you consider Ms. Reed's anemia and multiple sclerosis condition when you conducted the alcohol test on January 29, 2022?
No, we don't. No.
And again, serum tests like the ones conducted in this case don't test for ethanol. They only test for NADH, right?
We test for the rate of change of NADH production.
And Doctor, you did a number of other tests on Ms. Reed on January 29, 2022. You tested for additional drugs, not just alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And all of those results were negative.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Doctor, are you aware, I know your lab at Good Samaritan did not do this process, but are you aware through your training and experience of any sort of mathematical conversion that can be done from a serum reading in milligram per deciliter to a blood alcohol concentration of whole blood?
I'm going to allow it. The door was open.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I am aware. Yep.
And please describe what you're aware of with reference to that.
Well, with blood alcohol concentrates goes to, when it's in your blood, it goes more to the watery components of your blood. So when I described the process earlier, whole blood is before we spin it. And when we test the plasma, which is specifically testing the watery component. Now, people have done studies like how much percentage of water is a serum versus whole blood. Basically, to put it simple, there's a higher percentage of water in the serum versus whole blood. So a hospital result will always be a little bit higher than a test on whole blood. It can be, I think the ratio, the conversion factor is anywhere from 1.1 to 1.18. It's always could be 18% or 11% higher in serum versus whole blood. But we don't do it. That's what I read. I will defer that to the experts.
Now, doctor, you were referencing in your cross-examination about a study that you were aware of about 10 years ago or so regarding MS and alcohol testing. Is that correct?
It was more on MS, looking at the results of lactic acid and LDH to see how high the levels of lactic acid can go in a group of multiple sclerosis patients. When reviewing that, we found that the range went from some normal range, 16% of the multiple sclerosis patients had normal lactic acids, but the remainder had elevated levels. But those levels were not anywhere near the required levels to produce a false positive. Our package inserts and for the Roche testing system, the Roche has, it's an FDA approved test, and they have to do in-depth detailed testing before they allow any hospital to do a test. And they have listed levels of lactic acid beyond which the test would not be reliable. But the results based on this study of 600 multiple sclerosis patients, 2 big centers in Italy and 1 in the Netherlands, show that the highest level of lactic acid in the MS patients did not achieve, didn't get close. Usually patients with MS that are asymptomatic can have normal or low normal levels, or slightly elevated. It was the ones that had more symptoms that had elevated levels up to, I think the highest was 6.5 millimoles per deciliter, which is not high enough to interfere with our result.
Now, with respect to the lab at Good Samaritan Medical Center, the interference that you were speaking about earlier on cross-examination, what would happen if any of those types of interference were to occur during the course of the testing?
No, I'll allow it.
The 3 main ones, which I detailed earlier, is the hemolysis, icterus, and lipemia. Machines are sophisticated. It will detect it and say, it will flag it and say, please do not result it, or we'll have a disclaimer saying, interpret this result with caution. The results may not be accurate. And it hardly ever happens with alcohol testing. But if it did, we would get a result like that, and we probably wouldn't report it.
And from your review of the defendant's medical records, specifically her testing from January 29th, did you notice any interference or any reports like that in her record?
No.
Now, the testing that you're doing at Good Samaritan is in relation to patients such as that might have cancer or heart disease or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were talking or started to speak on cross-examination about the good quality lab results that you have from your lab, and you wanted to go into that further. Could you please expound upon that for the jury now?
every, we have, you mentioned proficiency testing before. So all hospital laboratories accredited by the CAP or have to participate in proficiency testing. What that means is that every 3 times a year, and they give us 5 unknown samples. And we have to test it, report it back to CAP, which also reports back to the government. And we have to basically get the correct answers. And with alcohol testing, it's probably one of the best tests in the laboratory. Always have right on the money results. But at the same time, we're also able to look at results of all the other labs that participated in this proficiency testing. So we can look at different methods. We can look at labs that had the same method as us to see how we're doing. And usually with this proficiency testing, we have 3,000 labs across the nation that have the same methodology as us, so we can compare to them. And also, interestingly, we can see the labs that are using headspace gas chromatography. And out of interest, we can see, how do we compare? And we have pretty exactly the same results on these proficiency testings. We also look at some statistics as well, not going into them, but we can look at some stats like standard deviations and SDs. And actually, the hospitals with enzymatic testing have slightly better stats with that compared to Headspace. Pretty close, but a little bit better.
And doctor, from your review of the defendant's medical records and the blood testing in this case, was that done in conformity with the policies and protocols at Good Samaritan?
We have policies in place to be followed, and there's no reason not to think that somebody didn't follow policy.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Little?
No questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
I do.
Okay.
The Commonwealth calls Jason Becker.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Good afternoon, sir.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jason Becker.
How old are you?
I am 36 years old.
Do you live in the area?
I do. I live in Canton.
Tell us a little bit about your education.
My education, high school and college UMass. And I went to EMT school a little over 10 years ago and paramedic school.
Tell me a little bit about EMT school. How old were you when you started EMT school?
When I started EMT school, roughly 21 years old.
Why did you decide to go to EMT school?
I wanted to save some lives.
Tell us a little bit about EMT school. What did it require?
EMT school was a couple months of classroom stuff, and then you do some ride time on the ambulance. Paramedic school is a little different. It's about a little extended, 2 years worth of training. You're doing hospital, ER time, and ambulance time also.
How long did you serve as an EMT before you went to paramedic school?
I worked as an EMT for approximately 5 years.
Can you estimate how many dozens or hundreds of calls you were on during that time?
Hundreds.
Why did you decide then to go get paramedic training?
I wanted to be on the fire department, and it was a prerequisite.
Did you complete paramedic school successfully?
I did.
Were you still working as an EMT at the time?
I was.
And inevitably, did you seek to have a different job? Did you try to be a firefighter?
I wanted to be a firefighter, correct.
Were you successful in doing that?
I was.
Tell us a little bit about that, sir.
In the Canton Fire Department. So I got on the Canton Fire Department, and then they send you to the fire academy, where you train to be a firefighter.
So you had EMT training, paramedic training, and then firefighter training.
That's correct.
On the Canton Police Department, did you serve dual roles as a paramedic and as a firefighter?
Fire department?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
department, sorry.
Yes, sir. Firefighter and as a paramedic.
You served as a firefighter and a paramedic.
Correct.
In the Canton Fire Department, does it have more than one station?
There's two.
Is there one station that's larger or smaller than the other?
Station 1 is the headquarters, which is larger.
Had you ever spent time at Station 1 as a firefighter or a paramedic?
I have. We rotate through both stations.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
What station were you assigned to?
Canton Station 2.
Canton Fire Station 2?
Correct.
And that's the smaller of the two stations.
It is.
Were you working with anybody at Fire Station 2 that night?
My ambulance partner at the time was firefighter Dan Whitley.
Was there anybody else who was working at Fire Station 2 in addition to you and Dan Whitley?
Correct. There was an engine company with 3 guys on it.
3 people were assigned to
The engine, correct.
Were you and Dan Whitley assigned as partners for the day, the week?
Correct. Yes, we were.
Which was it, the day or the week, sir?
The week.
So for the entire week, you're partners with a person, and does that rotate on other assignments?
It does. It rotates.
So on this particular week, you were assigned as partners with Dan Whitley.
I was.
What were your roles between the two of you?
Well, at the time, he was my preceptor. I was a new paramedic at the time. So I was more or less the lead tech on all the calls as part of my training. And Dan's been a paramedic for a long time. So he was there to teach me.
So would Dan Whitley be the lead on the call and he would help you?
I would be the lead.
You would be the lead.
Correct.
Did you get a call that early morning hours of January 29, 2022?
We did.
What was the call assigned for?
It was a call for Section 12 psych eval.
Very briefly, can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
Sure. It's a transportation order filled out by police, doctor, basically for us on the ambulance that we have to take the patient, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, because they're a threat to themselves or someone else.
When you received the call for a Section 12, were you aware that there were other calls that Fire Station 1 had responded to that morning?
We were aware. You can hear the calls going out each station.
Were you or Dan Whitley any part of that earlier call that Fire Station 1 responded to before you got the call for the Section 12?
We were not.
So your efforts were after?
We were after, correct.
After you got the call to respond to a Section 12, did you head towards Fairview Road?
We did.
Tell us a little bit about the trip to Fairview Road.
It was a little extended because of the weather conditions at the time. Snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
Okay. How long did it take to get from Fire Station 2 to Fairview Road?
Approximately 8 to 10 minutes.
Who drove?
Firefighter Whitley.
Now, on the way to Fairview Road, do you sit in the front of the ambulance?
We do.
Take us to when you arrived to Fairview Road. What do you see?
You see a bunch of police lights. Canton Engine 3 was already on scene, so we parked behind them.
Did you have it, without talking about what you spoke about, did you have a chance to speak to anybody at the scene?
We briefly spoke to the Canton police, and they briefed us and sent us to where the defendant was at the time.
Why do you have a conversation with other first responders at the scene before you do anything?
They're making sure the scene is safe to begin with, and they're unseen first, so they have a little more info than what our dispatch would have.
After you had that debriefing with colleagues, were you directed to approach any certain person?
I was.
Where did you go?
I went to the defendant, who was sitting in a black SUV type car.
Were there other persons inside the car with the defendant?
From my understanding there was one person in the driver's seat.
And what seat was the defendant in?
She was in the front passenger seat.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did.
And the person you spoke to who's in the passenger seat of that car, do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out and describe an article of clothing, please?
Miss Reed right there, she's in the blue, navy blue.
How long was your conversation with the defendant while she was still seated inside the vehicle?
Approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
At some point, did you and the defendant move to another location?
We did.
Where did you go?
So we went back in the ambulance.
After having a conversation with her, was she cooperative going back to the ambulance with you?
She was.
And did you ask her to be seated in the ambulance?
I did.
Was she cooperative with that as well?
She was.
After she was seated in the ambulance, did you close the doors and get in?
We did.
When you say we, who was with you?
Me and firefighter Whitley.
So you and firefighter Whitley were in the back of the ambulance with Miss Reed. Who was going to drive the ambulance?
Firefighter Sam Park.
Where did he come from?
He was on the fire engine that was already on scene.
I want to ask you questions now about what you did in the back of the ambulance and some of the conversations that you had. Tell us what your role is once you have a patient in the back of the ambulance. What do you do next?
I mean, each patient's different, depends on what the call is for. In this specific situation, it was more a psych eval, because that's what we're called for. Initial triage questions: is the patient cooperative, uncooperative, combative? I asked her name, her mental status, where she was. I asked her if she was suicidal, and if she was, did she have a plan? Did she want to hurt anyone else? Those are kind of the initial triage questions that I would ask.
Why do you ask those questions?
Just to get a kind of a judgment on the patient, reading the patient.
What's your role at that point? Are you an investigator?
I'm not.
Are you in any way law enforcement?
I'm not.
So what's your focus when you're speaking to a patient?
It's basically hearing them speak in their story. In this specific situation, we didn't know circumstances. We just knew that Miss Reed had found her husband, which she was calling dead on the side of the road. So it was a traumatic call.
So when you were there, you knew nothing about what had happened before you got there?
We did not.
And your role had nothing to do with any of that investigation?
We did not.
You were solely focused on caring for the patient?
Correct.
Did you have any other role other than caring for the patient?
Just making sure she got to the hospital safely. She didn't hurt herself.
During those conversations, are you and firefighter Whitley doing the same thing or different things?
Again, it depends on the call. I was the lead tech, so I'm the one documented, giving a report to the nurses, the staff. So I was more kind of getting that information, my initial triage questions, and then just kind of sat and supported Miss Reed. And
were you writing down information, technical information about status and health on a report?
I was, yes.
While you were doing that, was your colleague speaking to Miss Reed?
He was.
Did you have a chance at times to hear what they were speaking about?
Yeah, and no.
At other times, did you speak directly to Miss Reed?
I have.
Can you describe her demeanor or temperament?
Initially, she was agitated because she didn't feel like she needed to go to the hospital. She said the statement she made, she didn't mean. She just kind of said it in jest because of the events that she went through. So she, but then there'd be periods of which she'd be calm, and then it would fluctuate. She would have like pressured speech, repetitive, but all in all, she was cooperative.
At some point, did you have a chance to speak to her directly about her mood?
About her mood?
About her mood.
I don't know if I understand the question.
Okay. Did she say anything to you about her last interaction with what she referred to as her husband?
Objection. Sustained.
Did she make any statements to you when you were giving her treatment or speaking to her about her husband?
Objection. I'll allow that, Akima.
One of the reasons why she was saying suicidal stuff is because the last thing she last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument. I didn't feel like it was my role to really find out the details on what was said. But that's what she said to me.
But the last thing she said to him was an argument?
Yep.
Sustained.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
She did not.
Inevitably, did you get a chance to bring her to the hospital?
We did.
Did you stay in the back of the ambulance with her?
I did.
Did you continue to have conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear conversations or parts of conversations she was having with your colleague?
I had parts.
When you got to the hospital, what happens next?
So we brought Miss Reed into the hospital, registered her, bring her to the psychiatric section. Is it?
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Firefighter Becker.
Good afternoon.
When you first arrived at the scene, there was at least two Canton police officers there still.
Correct.
Do you remember their names?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulvaney.
Okay. Their cruiser was there. You said that an engine was still there.
Correct.
And was there another ambulance there, or the other ambulance had already left the scene? They'd cleared.
They had already transported to the hospital.
Remind me, you were in ambulance two?
Two. I was ambulance 2.
Got it. You parked behind the SUV where you ultimately made contact with Miss Reed, correct?
I think it was more in front of the SUV because the way the SUV was parked.
Got it. Got out of the ambulance, ultimately made contact with Miss Reed through the passenger door.
Correct.
Had a short conversation with her there.
I did.
You said it was maybe 5 to 8 minutes.
More like 5 minutes because of the weather conditions.
Okay, nothing of great consequence. I'm guessing just an initial, I think you called it sort of a triage assessment.
Well, it's more of just introducing myself and asking her how she was doing.
Got it. And then there was one other person in the cab of the vehicle as well.
There was.
Female, male.
Female.
So there are two females, one Miss Reed, one another female. Did you see any other civilian females out there?
I didn't see.
Okay,
But
so at least where you were, the contact that you had with Miss Reed and this other female, there was just two of them, not a third one.
from what I saw, correct.
Did you get the other female's name?
I not at the time. I did not.
Okay. By the way, have you since gotten her name?
Based on a conversation Firefighter Whitley and Miss Reed had back in the ambulance.
Got it. Okay. And who is that other person?
Miss Carrie Roberts.
Okay. When you first observed Miss Reed, did you note whether or not there was anything unusual about her physical appearance, meaning anything on her?
She did. Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
She had some blood around her mouth, her neck area.
At that point, were you concerned about, obviously you're concerned mainly about her safety and getting her safely to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Were you worried that that might be her blood?
She had said that she had given CPR to her husband.
Okay. You jumped a question ahead. I was going to say, did she tell you that it was in fact not her blood?
She did. So that kind of, in a way, ruled it out.
Okay.
No injury for me.
And you didn't indicate, you didn't notice anything about her that looked like she was physically injured, or physically in harm?
I did not.
Okay. She indicated that she had given CPR, mouth-to-mouth attempts at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
She did.
And that would account for the blood on her face and in her hair and on her neck.
That's what she told me.
Okay. And based on your observations of her, you didn't have any reason to quarrel with that?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that her tone was somewhat rapid and repetitive. Is that right?
It fluctuated. So at times it was, yes.
Did it appear to you at that time that she had gone through a pretty significant trauma, as best you were trained at the time?
Objection.
A little bit more of a foundation. I'll give it to you.
Sure. Have you ever, in your course of training, seen individuals who have gone through some sort of a traumatic event?
Frequently.
Frequently.
Everyone's different though.
Understood. Obviously, everybody's got their own personalities and the way of dealing with those things, right?
Sure.
Have you been able to, through your training, assess whether, at least in your belief, your observations, if someone has gone through a relatively traumatic event, as opposed to just someone whistling down the sidewalk?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it appear at that time when you're interacting with Ms. Reed that she was showing the signs consistent of having gone through a trauma?
At the time, yes.
Okay. So hence the rapid speech, the repetitive speech, things of that nature.
Correct. For her, for the defendant, some people don't have rapid, repetitive
Understood.
speech.
I'm just talking about your observations of her at that time.
Yes, yes, sir.
Her demeanor was consistent with having gone through a significant trauma.
For the situation, sure, yes.
Okay. You said that she went from calmness to agitation. The agitation you accounted for being, I don't necessarily want to go to the hospital. I don't want to be sectioned, correct?
She felt like she didn't need to. It wasn't, she wasn't going to act on her comments about wanting to harm herself.
You called it, I think in a report, it's SI, suicidal ideation.
Correct.
That's obviously of great concern to you and your partners when you're assessing a patient, correct?
That's right.
You don't want to leave someone on their own if they're going to self-harm, correct?
That's correct.
You pretty quickly assessed, I'm guessing, Firefighter Becker, that she was not, in fact, in the position to self-harm, that I think you said that the statements that she originally made, if John dies, I don't want to live, were not necessarily at the level of actual suicidal ideation. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, at the time I believed her because of the information we got and what she went through.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your answer.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Of course. It's probably my fault. At the time that you assessed her, even though she had made some comments about if John doesn't live, I don't want to live either, you did not elevate that to the level of her being suicidal at that moment.
So I couldn't rule it out, but
okay.
I didn't think it was a huge threat at the time.
Understood.
But
That's
we
what I was trying to get at.
couldn't rule it out, so that's why we had to take her to the hospital.
Understood. I mean, you had a Section 12. You had to take her irrespective of what you ruled in or out, right?
Correct.
Okay. Firefighter Whitley was with you in the back of the ambulance the entire time you were with Miss Reed, correct?
Not the entire time. He was before we decided transporting. He was kind of in and out, trying to find more of, talking to the police officers, find more of a story of, what happened, why we're taking the defendant on a Section 12.
Once you and Miss Reed were in the back of the ambulance, Firefighter Whitley then joined you in the back of the ambulance?
He did.
How much time lapsed?
It was a couple minutes at the most.
Okay, so it wasn't a lengthy amount of time.
It wasn't lengthy.
And he was with you during the transport, along with Miss Reed, for the whole transport back to Good Sam.
Yes.
And you said on direct examination, I think your phrase was, all in all, she was cooperative with us.
For the majority of the transport, yes.
Okay. Never became combative, never got physical, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. She did refer to Mr. O'Keefe as her husband or her spouse?
That's correct.
You're aware of HIPAA rules, obviously. You're in the medical field, correct?
Correct.
You were aware at the time that HIPAA rules would demand or dictate that unless you're a spouse or a parent or a child, there's certain rules against getting or providing information to someone who isn't one of those close family members, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You previously indicated on direct examination that, I think your words were, that Ms. Reed indicated that her last conversation she had with her husband was an argument, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified about that statement in other particulars, right? Other hearings.
I have.
You're paraphrasing. You didn't write down what she said about her previous interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, and you didn't record those on a tape recorder, correct?
I wrote down in my report that she said she had an argument.
Right. You didn't write them down at the time. That was a bad question on my part. You weren't taking notes as she was speaking.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, it's kind of for every call, we jot down notes on a notepad, just
Okay.
so, when we give the staff a report, we can read off it.
Do you have those notes?
I don't.
Okay. Do you think you took notes or no?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I could have been typing them on the computer. That's what we typed the report on
Okay.
at the time.
Do you have an independent recollection of taking notes, either handwritten or on a computer, as you sit here right now?
I couldn't tell you if I did one or the other. Sometimes I write on the computer, sometimes I don't.
Or you might not have written anything down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in any event, you weren't taking down, even if you were taking notes, you weren't taking down verbatim quotes of what she was saying. You were paraphrasing the information that was coming to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You had previously said or testified that the last time, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You previously indicated in recounting what it was that Miss Reed actually said to you was something along the lines of she was upset because her last words to him were because of her last words to him being in anger.
I object.
I'm going to allow the question.
Is that correct?
Well, I probably phrased it a little wrongly. The last words, it was the last conversation.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question is a simple one. In a previous hearing, did you use the phrase "her last words to him"?
Yes,
were
I
in
did.
anger?
I did.
And that was at a hearing where you were under oath, just like you are now, correct?
Correct.
That was a little closer in time than we are now. It was maybe a year ago, correct?
Correct.
Actually, my mistake. It was about 2.5 years ago. It was a grand jury, correct?
Grand jury, yes.
Okay. And the phrase that you used was, and I want to concentrate on that for just a quick second, Firefighter Becker.
Sure.
The phrase that you used at that time was that she said, quote, like her last words to him. She was upset about her, quote, last words to him. Is that right?
I object.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were recounting the conversation that Ms. Reed indicated that she was upset about, you also indicated, in addition to using the phrase her last words to him, you also said that it was earlier in the night, correct? They had an argument earlier in the night.
I don't recall.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, take a look at the top paragraph, very, very small print. Let me know when you've refreshed your recollection.
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You got it.
When you wrote your report, you had indicated that when she was describing the argument that you testified to on direct, it was about an argument that was, quote, earlier in the night.
Earlier in the night, correct?
Okay. And then you recounted that statement, that same statement in the grand jury later on as at least including, quote, her last words. Is that right?
Her last words.
You were talking about an argument that they had, and then she was upset, and you were paraphrasing her. And one of the things that you paraphrased was, in fact, your statement was she was upset that was like her last words to him, correct?
She said that.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Were you also made aware, did she tell you that her last words to him were in voicemails? Did she say that?
She didn't give any details.
Did you ask her, what were your last words to him?
I did not.
Did she ever say whether or not she believed he ever received her last words to him?
There was no other details than
Say that
there was no
again?
other details other than what she said.
Okay. But she did, when she was having this conversation with you about her last words to him, she did actually take out her phone and show you a bunch of missed calls to him at the same time, didn't she?
She tried to, yes.
Okay. In your mind, did you put two and two together that what she was actually talking about were the missed calls and her being upset about her last words to him, being very angry on those missed calls, those voicemails? Did you put those two things together?
I didn't.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Brennan?
So when Ms. Reed told you that she was sad because her last conversation, her last thing that she had said to him was an argument, did she ever suggest that was in a voicemail?
Objection.
Oh,
Did she ever suggest it was in a voicemail?
She did not.
Did she ever suggest that she didn't actually speak to him, but instead it was some type of message?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Did she ever suggest that?
She did not.
In fact, you wrote a report saying that there was an argument earlier in the night, didn't you?
Objection. Your Honor.
Sustained.
You then were interviewed, weren't you? Were you
Yes.
interviewed on February 14th, 2022?
Yes.
And you referred to the fact that she told you there was an argument earlier in the night?
Argument early in the night.
And she was telling you this when you were speaking to her that morning?
Correct. Around 6 a.m.
Correct.
Yes.
And earlier in the night, do you know if she was referring to 12:30
I did not know.
or 12:15
No.
or midnight?
I didn't know the time.
So his answer is he doesn't know.
You testified in the grand jury, and Attorney Jackson just asked you some questions about part of the statement you made to the grand jury when he said, like her last words. Would you like to put that in context of the whole statement you made? Do you remember
her last words?
Do you remember the entire statement that you made in the grand jury about the statement that was made to you?
I'd have to.
May I approach?
Yes.
This is page 81, lines 1 through 4. Please read it to yourself.
Right here, sir.
1 through 4, please.
Yes.
Now, when you made that statement you were asked about in the grand jury, you didn't just say, like her last words, did you?
No.
You explained your memory to the grand jury?
Objection.
Ask him what he told the grand jury.
Okay. The grand jury, do you know it was on April 21st, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell the grand jury So she
I'm
was,
going to see counsel at sidebar for a second, please.
may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you that statement that you made. That includes last words, but there's more to the statement, isn't there?
She was upset.
I'd like you to read
Oh,
your
sorry.
entire
Sure.
statement, 1 through 5. You can read it out loud.
So she was also she was upset also because she said they had, the last time they had talked, she had gotten into an argument. So she was upset that that was like her last words to him.
And so when you were speaking about her last words to him, were you referring to the argument?
Correct.
You testified again regarding this issue, didn't you, in May 3rd, 2024?
Correct.
And at that point, did you think or believe that the conversation she was relating to you was about a voicemail?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you use the word again on May 3rd, 2024, argument?
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
I used argument.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I ask you to read your prior statement on page 10, lines 9 through 13?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar again and bring these documents, please. Bring all of it.
May I?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Sir, when you wrote the report of your notes to put in your report, do you remember the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her actually saying the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her ever saying any word about voice messages?
I did not.
You said that there was somebody in the front seat of the car with the defendant,
It was.
and you later learned from the defendant it was a person by the name of Kerry Roberts.
Correct.
Can you share with us the context? How did you learn that?
The defendant and my partner, firefighter Whitley, had a conversation.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
So the defendant brought up how if her husband had died at the time, she didn't know how she was going to take care of his kids.
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
And firefighter Whitley mentioned that she had like a strong support system. You know, all the friends are on Canton, and
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
When you spoke to the defendant and she shared with you that her last words with her husband were an argument, why didn't you ask for more detail about that?
I didn't feel it was my, you know, at the time we went about the call as that we didn't, you know, think we would be witnesses in a murder trial. You know, we were there to support Karen and ultimately get her to the hospital safely.
And you were asked about trauma, and you said that you observed that the person may be in trauma, Ms. Reed.
A traumatic event, like
Traumatic event.
Right.
Do you have any idea what caused that traumatic event?
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything?
Very briefly, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan whether earlier in the night could have been 12 or 12:15 a.m., correct?
That's what he asked, yes.
And earlier in the night could have been 6 o'clock p.m.
Early in the night, yeah, correct.
Could have been 5 o'clock p.m.
Could have been.
Could have been 7 o'clock p.m.
Sure.
Okay. You were also asked whether or not Ms. Reed actually specifically mentioned voicemails when she talked about those last words. And you said she didn't,
That I remember, correct.
but she did show you her phone.
She tried to.
And she did show you a bunch of missed calls to John O'Keefe, correct?
I wasn't going to look through her phone. I don't know who she called.
Thank you. That's all.
When she said about the argument, she said those were the last words, the argument, right?
That's correct.
Sustained. All right. Jurors disregard that last statement. All right, you are all set.
All right.
firefighter Becker.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Is this a good place to stop for the day?
If the court pleases, yes.
Jurors, we could do 6 minutes, but I think this is probably a good place to start. Why don't you go ahead? So, as I understand it, folks, we're on schedule, right where we thought we would be. We're going to release you for today. Now, when I told you this morning, and I've told you other times too, that when you're out in that room waiting for us, we're in here getting work done to make things more efficient for the trial, especially a trial this long. We've decided that we're going to spend Monday afternoon again trying to streamline this trial and deal with issues that we have to deal with. So Monday for you will be a half a day. All right, so I just wanted to tell you that before you left today. Please, again, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it, let us know. And I guess the 4th caution is the same as I've been saying. Please be very careful with your social media. All right, have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning.
All rise for the board, please.
And I'd like to see counsel at sidebar, please.
Okay, so they're dismissing the jury. Thank you for watching with Court TV. All right. How y'all guys doing today? I'm going to get ready to wrap it up since they're dismissing the jury for today. And like I said, I got a ton of things that I'm doing around the house. So I've been outside working. I had to go to Home Depot, get wood, just different things. So I will be back with you guys later this evening. Hopefully, maybe, I think. If not, I'll see you guys I'm pretty sure I'll see you guys tonight. Until then, y'all be good, stay safe, and remember, Dolly loves you. Peace.